This will be interesting to look at. Oh, is this? Oh, Taftaj is the person that people keep on having expired Discord link. Here's one in chat. I know I need to fix that. You've been talking to like Hans, and you talked to Destiny recently. I haven't been able to watch those conversations, but I recognize your face. Well, I can see your face. I don't see your face right now. I recognize the name, and I have a face to associate with that. I don't. Yeah, I'll have to learn about that. I don't know enough about EBT, but that's not what my post is about. Here, Taftaj, I can also whisper you the Discord link.
Oh my god. All right. Already we're getting messages.
I don't know if I know how to through fucking.
I'm trying to talk to this guy, Son Soul.
Yeah, here, I'll add you. Easier.
Water? It's just
copy.
Regular water. Oh, I should also...
Okay, I sent you a friend request.
What is thick water? Okay, I think I got a...
Debate and of war about food or on eco. Howdy.
Hi, I'm gonna mute your stream. Okay. What's up? Okay, what's your position on this discourse about food benefits?
Okay, I haven't even made a statement on the food benefits. My gut reaction is that fuck, I guess I have like a little bit of mixed emotions on it, but like my gut reaction on the discourse is basically when it comes to like EBT and stuff like that, I don't want to restrict people like super hardcore. I feel like there are like weird arbitrary restrictions like hot food, right? I feel is like a weird thing. But at the same time, taking food stamps or EBT or whatever and going to McDonald's also seems like a weird thing. The whole reason that I got involved in the discourse is because someone was saying that it's literally impossible for poor people to cook at home, and it's too much of a fucking undue burden. It's a Herculean task. Okay, it is unreasonable.
It's amazing that only in modern America, with like having to cook your own food, be considered. I mean, I think your take is like pretty reasonable, where the administrative cost, difficult barriers, how you spend EBT, that benefit, I think is difficult to administer. And I'm not exactly sure that I would say I have like, but I'm also with you. I don't think the government subsidize or encourage consume addictive food. Addictive food that deplete people's lives, make them less healthy.
And it's also like more expensive. You know, I've been incredibly fucking poor before, and it took me getting to that point, like below the poverty line, to realize, oh shit, I can't eat at McDonald's twice a day and afford to live, right? It's just not something you can feasibly do unless you're literally eating one McChicken per meal every single day, in which case, like, you're cutting your lifespan by like 40 years. because you're gonna kill yourself at the end of it because you can't stand eating McChickens anymore, you know? So I know what it's like to be incredibly poor. I know what it's like to want to have that cheap and easy food. Um, but it's also a part of being an adult where you have to go to the grocery store. It's boring. You have to pick out food. You can pop in, but you know what? Even if the grocery store is boring, you can pop in a fucking audiobook. You can pop in a YouTube video, right? And you can just like grab your shit and then you can put shit in a crock pot. It's really not hard. And that's the part that I'm like losing my mind about.
Yeah, totally. And I think that like people need to learn to love that sort of those like little rituals of like, preparing food and going to the grocery store, even though they're not convenient. Because it's those kind of rituals that are ultimately going to build like long-term prosperity in your life. And that sounds weird to say, right? But what I'm trying to get at is that like if you live a life where you're constantly submitting to the immediate whims and desires that come to you, if you're always indulging in these sort of like immediate pleasures, you're never going to be able to like really build a solid foundation for yourself. Um, Being able to like cook your own food and cook healthy food is the kind of thing that's going to mentally enable you to have more energy and to feel more productive. So really it's a vicious cycle when people are, going out and getting like fast food and consuming that all the time, because that's training their brain to be in this cycle of dopamine dependency, where then when they got off work, they're having less energy. They're less, motivated to make food for themselves. And I think it's totally fine to consume fast food or alcohol or any of these other things that might be considered vices sometimes, as long as it's done responsibly. And it just seems a little bit weird to me that the government would subsidize the consumption of things that are going to negatively impact people's lives long term.
Yeah, I think there's a, I've been there's been such a wild for me a wild drift away from lefty stuff online, and it's because of stuff like this, because I do think that there are some things that we can look at that are inconveniences to your everyday life that can actually in the long term make you a better person. So like cooking,
Mm-hmm.
you it seems like God, it's such a, I fucking hate saying it because it feels like such a boomer meme. Like just like it almost feels like a pull yourself up by your bootstraps thing. But there's something about like you cook your own food. You know that you did that. You know that you saved a little bit of money, right? And it's something that you're doing to take care of yourself. Um, if you only eat fast food, you feel like shit. Even as a
Mm-hmm.
young person,
Yeah,
right? I was what 22 to 24, I was like incredibly fucking poor. Um,
same.
and I ate out all the fucking time and I felt like shit all the fucking time. And it was because I was eating nasty Jack in the Box fucking tacos after like binge drinking. Okay. I was an unhealthy motherfucker and it was not going to, like, there has to be some sort of like regimentation that is not as, immediately gratifying, but like long term, I think leads to like a certain like, fuck, I'm trying so hard to like step around certain words that trigger the fuck out of me, but I'm just gonna say them like there's certain amounts of like personal responsibility that you
Mm-hmm.
actually have to take in that will ultimately lead to self-fulfillment, because otherwise you're just going to be a fucking child for your whole life. You're going to be eating dino nuggies that your mom made you, right? Because it's just easier to eat the dino nuggies, and you're not going to, eat like, I don't know, like a lentil curry that you can make in literally 20 minutes in a crock pot the next day, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's telling that you use the word like childlike, that you're going to be a child. Because I think at the core of this issue is this understanding of like time orientation and whether or not you're oriented towards like long-term or short-term success.
Mhm.
And when you look at like the consumptive habits of a lot of people in this country, they're just so incredibly destructive. So like if you're primarily spending your money on like visual wealth signifiers like expensive cars, jewelry, televisions, and so on, I think that people like should have the right to do that. But realistically, if you want to build generational and institutional wealth, the way you do that is by investing and passing that wealth investment on to your children. So like there's been like studies done on the racial wealth gap in America. And when you account for consumption habits, it turns out that like something like 50% of the wealth gap between black and white people in America disappears. Um, so like if black families adopted, on a whole, the same consumption habits as white families, the same kind of institutional investment, they would catch up in that wealth gap basically. And so it's really difficult to say from like a policy perspective what to do with that information because it's literally true in some sense that like if all of these people collectively agreed to just like invest better, you'd have so much, more wealth and prosperity in 20, 30 years. But that's not really like, you can't really tell people to just do that. And in the meantime, there are people who are struggling. And so a lot of policy, I think, is like balancing, really genuinely helping people and making sure people have, good positive outcomes without encouraging this like short term consumption that leads to cycles of debt, poverty, and, suffering.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard the thing about consumption and the wealth gap. So, like, if you have something that I can read about that, that'd
Yeah,
be
there's
really
a
interesting.
there's a boring study on it. Um,
I like reading boring studies
okay,
sometimes.
cool. It's called Conspicuous Consumption and Race. It's by three economists from the University of Chicago, and it's pretty long, but yeah, basically it goes into depth about how consumption habits differ from racial groups. And
Mm.
it's one of these things that like conservatives will oftentimes point to, and it doesn't really, I mean, I don't think it really makes the point that they're trying to make necessarily, because like there's this like pick yourself up by the bootstraps mentality, which is like it's good personal advice, but not necessarily good
Yeah, and that's what
government
I'm trying to
policy.
like get across. That's what I'm trying to get across with what I'm talking to people with on Twitter. I'm saying like, listen, I'm not going to tell literally all poor people to just stop going out and eating, okay? I think that going out and eating is fucking base. I love eating shitty food sometimes, all right?
Mhm.
Sometimes I like to be that fucking slime ghoul that's just fucking diving through all of the fucking like deep fryers at different restaurants. I love that shit. But the thing that I don't like is saying to someone who is poor, right, to an individual that is poor, hey, never go out and eat. You can't do that because you're poor. I'll never fucking say that to an individual. I'll say, listen, what you can do is you can go out and eat like once or twice a week. Fuck. If you're like on the like upper ends of poverty, you can eat out once a fucking day if you like absolutely fucking have to, if you just want to be that person. But what you can't do is never cook for yourself. Like even if you were to like get some like instant rice packets without even cooking the rice yourself. Like it's going to be cheaper in the long term getting that than going to the fucking restaurant.
Mhm.
And it takes just a little bit of time where of you being with yourself, cooking. You don't even if you're living with someone, you don't even have to do it by yourself, you know?
Yeah, make
But
a thing
like
of it. You
yeah,
know,
just make a thing of it. Like
engage
you
with your
can
community, turn it into
it,
something.
you can it doesn't have to be hard. You can look at you I learned how to cook. I almost went into culinary school, right? When I was changing my major 14 times, all right? I almost went into culinary school because I really enjoyed cooking. I watched a couple of YouTube videos on YouTube, and it was like so interesting how easy it was to cook some really fucking good food. You can make shrimp scampi with 4 ingredients, dog. It is so fucking easy. Frozen shrimp is like $6. You get that, some butter, some garlic, and some white wine to deglaze, and you're fucking set. You're good. Gucci. It's not hard at all. But people are acting like Um, I guess like the best interpretation I can give of their takes are that it is it is hard to cook at home. It is, you know, if you don't know what you're doing, you can fuck up, and that's wasted money. Um, and I hear those arguments,
I
and
mean, I
I
think the left, like the progressives, are very invested in allowing people to engage in sort of like whatever pleasures come to them, enabling that, and also enabling like
it's kind of like
a
a
sense of
hug
freedom,
box,
right?
you know. It's like if this is difficult, you don't have to do that, honey. It's like pat on the shoulder. Here you go. You can go out and get your McNuggies. It's fine, right?
Right.
But Uh, no, fucking. If someone's doing something that's damaging to themselves, and you can give them actual advice, you don't have to sit. You can sit there and you can hear how fucking terrible their lives are, and that's, you know, there are a lot of people that have really terrible lives, but it's not an excuse to not take care of yourself. You know, it's like I want to, if I'm going to give someone like the personal advice, I'm not going to like sit there and allow them to continue down the path of self destruction, of never, you know, like it's kind of like the Jordan Peterson meme, like clean up your fucking room. If I walked into someone's house and they had like cat shit all over the fucking floor and there was McDonald's wrappers all over the place, I would fucking sit them down and I wouldn't say, "Man, you must be really tired from work or something, right?" I'd be like, "Dude, holy shit, your house is a wreck. There's cat shit everywhere. You're eating McDonald's all the time. It's no wonder why you're tired all the time." Right? You have to fucking turn your life around. You can't live like this. But I guess to do that is classist for some reason. Um, yeah, I don't think that we disagree like at all, really. I'm trying to think. Is there a what is your take on the whole EBT thing? Like, what do you think is like the best policy? Just so I can like start forming my opinion.
I mean, I don't think that I could craft like the best policy, but I'll say that like my moral intuition is that the government should not fund things that are going to negatively impact people during the long term, right?
Mm.
So I think if people want to eat out, they should be able to do that, but they should use their own money for that and not the government's money. And I say like eat out specifically, you know, these like fast food restaurants.
Yeah.
So that like that might cost more administration. It might take more effort on the government to make sure that, you know, SNAP benefits are not going to fast food, right? But I do think that's a worthy cause.
Yeah, I used to be like super socialist. Used to be like, you know, tax the rich and that's going to solve all of our problems. But now I'm much more, um, I guess, in the realm of reality. And I
Mm-hmm.
think about like what kinds of things can we do? Like what new policies can we put out? What kinds of policies can we amend and like make more efficient? And so these kinds of discussions are more interesting to me now because ultimately um just I feel like right now the discussions are going to be focused towards um looking at an individual case and expanding that out to the broad case. So, for instance, it feels like I say, "Hey, it really isn't a Herculean fucking task. It's not like you're building the fucking you're diverting the river like Hercules to fucking cook. All right." Like it's not that hard, and that gets blown up to. Well, have you considered the armless, legless single mother juggling 3 jobs with 14 children? Maybe she doesn't have enough time to cook and doesn't have the ability to cook. And it's like, you know what? If that hypothetical person exists, they can eat McDonald's. But
I mean,
in general, right?
another solution that I've heard, which I think is like maybe quite persuasive, is the argument that you should just give the benefits to everyone, allow them to use it for whatever food they want. But then on the tax end, tax things that you don't like. So, like tax sugar, tax these sugary drinks, tax unhealthy fast food restaurants if they don't meet certain nutritional requirements. And
So are you saying like everyone gets the food benefits, like regardless of income, or are you just
no,
saying
I'm
you
just
can
saying that
quit?
like if you make the SNAP benefits allowed to use for any kind of food, right?
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
So you're not like restricting it, but you just on the other end are funding the SNAP benefits with, with taxes that tax these like negative ingredients, and therefore disincentivize companies to create highly addictive, you know, highly
Yeah, yeah,
unhealthy
yeah.
food. And then you can put that into like more beneficial social programs. And the end
Do
result is like less consumption of sugar because it's more expensive, right? But you
yeah.
still have the option. And
Are
there's not the
I actually don't
administrative
know.
cost.
I actually don't know if have sin taxes traditionally been effective at curbing the behavior
Yeah.
that they're trying to? Okay, cool.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
they're
because
just like they're a
I
market
would
solution where like you just increase the cost of the thing basically, so less people buy it.
yeah, I remember having an argument a long time ago with someone because I said like, yeah, if we legalize weed, if we legalize shrooms or LSD, if we fuck alcohol, we could tax all of these things more, and there would probably be less problems with addiction in this country, and there would probably be less like DUIs and shit like that. I think all of that would be fine with me, and we could put the money towards um like rehab programs, and people got mad at me because it disproportionately hurts the poor and they need an out. And I think that what the the what people talk about is basically just I think that um people use marginalized communities as a shield while infantilizing them
Hmm.
to such a degree that it's insulting, right?
Yeah.
So when it comes to poor people, well, poor people are literally too fucking stupid and also too fucking tired to cook for themselves, so they're just going to eat themselves until they have diabetes,
Hmm.
and until they lose their fucking legs and shit. Black people, they're like obviously they can't stop fucking shooting each other, and we should just like not try and do anything about crime because increasing the police budget would just be a harm on them. Just let them sort it out themselves. But that just seems like the exact opposite thing that we would want to do. Like we could have discussions about what police are doing, but like the getting rid of the police isn't the actual thing there. You're infantilizing and also and also using them as a shield so you don't have to actually defend what your statement is because you're speaking over these groups. And that's what I don't like. I don't even know how to engage with people on a reasonable take. Like, hey, sometimes fast food is a bad thing for people.
Hmm.
How do we even begin to broach the topic with people in a reasonable conversation, right? Because fuck, I think I'm pretty far left, all things considered. But when it comes to like reasonable like personal advice, we can't even start having the conversation. I don't even know how to begin it. Also, I'm sorry if I'm like all over the place or if I'm missing parts of the conversation. I'm still waiting for my ADD medicine to kick in. I took it like 5 minutes after starting streaming. So
I think you're good. I mean, one point that I would make is that if you had a friend or a family member who's really struggling with, addiction or problems or spending habits or whatever, you would not the compassionate solution to that is not just to throw money at the problem and hope they figure it out, right? Throwing money at them and hoping they like do something on their own is what you do to someone who you don't want to talk to or don't want to interact with, right? If you know someone is struggling with something, right, and you know that there's a solution forward, what you do is you sit them down and you work with them to recognize and utilize that solution. And in regards to like poverty and spending habits, we have like solutions. And I think it's incredibly, I mean, I agree with you. I think it's incredibly like demeaning to pat these people, like poor people on the back, and just be like, you can't do anything. You're totally helpless, right? You're not going to be effective or good in life or whatever. You've just got to take our money and like survive off of that, and I don't think that that's truly the compassionate way to approach someone.
it is one thing to say that the lowest quintile of income earners in the United States have a difficult time getting by, and we can talk about like whether it's like paying their rent or eating healthy food or moving out of the economic quintile. It's one thing to say that it is really difficult for these groups of people to break out of these cycles of poverty, and it's another to look at an individual and say, oh, you're just you poor stupid bastard, look at you, what, how much do you make? 23K a year? Oh no, well, uh it's sad that you have to live in that hovel, but until we have healthcare for free healthcare for all and literally socialism, you just get to live like that, you stupid piece of shit. Like, I don't know how people don't recognize those differences. I I think that um, what you're saying is right. Like just like sitting down and trying to explain it to them. Um, Ultimately, the problem that with that is very easy to do in a one-on-one conversation or in real life. Very difficult or impossible to do on Twitter, because
Hmm.
that's the incentives aren't there to actually engage in any meaningful way. You know.
Yeah, very true. And I'll say that like I like you, I grew up like very poor. Like when this discourse sort of like blew up on Twitter, I like messaged my mother and was like, "Hey, can you send a picture of me of like the snap card so I can like post it and own people who are telling me that I grew up rich?" And like my parents, or like I grew up in a single family home. My mother sold drugs and like cleaned houses to get by.
Mm,
And so like my experience is just like I've been in the situation, and I am the kind of person who is very okay personally with like suffering a little bit for like long-term success, right? So
mm,
like when I got into college, I lived like extremely frugally. I bought like rice and beans and was very careful with the kinds of foods that I purchased. But I also know that I'm pretty unique in this way, right? Like most people don't have this kind of behavior, and it's hard to expect like everyone to have this kind of behavior. And ideally, we live in a society where people wouldn't need to engage in this kind of like frugality and avoiding, penny pinching, avoiding spending money on anything, right? Ideally, we'd be like post scarcity and everyone would have great stuff. I think that'd be awesome. But like, we just don't live in that kind of society. And there needs to be like an understanding from the government policy side that you can't just like encourage people to spend on like short-term consumption, right? There needs to be some balancing out, right? Whether that happens on the tax end or on the front end with like not allowing people to buy fast food. But there needs to be like some incentive structure for people to develop healthy habits and become, the kinds of people who are more able, at least in some small way, to delay gratification and engage in frugality and save a little bit of money. Because ultimately, that's how society grows, right? Society becomes great when men plant trees whose shade they know they'll never sit in. And we need to encourage that kind of mentality in people while acknowledging that not everyone is going to have it to the umpteenth degree. And but ideally, we should get to a point where we can produce lots of good things for lots of people. And the only way to do that is by orienting ourselves to the long term and away from the short term.
I mean, yeah, I agree. I honestly have no solution for that, because it seems like uh, it an almost impossibility in our current uh, situation to like in America, like our democracy, it seems like an impossibility to try and uh, get people to vote on something that isn't going to be overturned in the next election cycle. So, fuck, I agree with you. Like we have to do long term programs because that's like the only way that reasonably um we can reasonably fix things going forward, right? Like there's no other way. This is one thing that authoritarian governments do way better. Like China has the Belt and Road Initiative that they are spending like trillions of dollars on. That they're gonna, it's like a 40-year project. America doesn't really have those, right?
Hmm.
We can't even decide whether or not what we want to do with healthcare, right? In the next 5 years, we can't even pass an infrastructure bill that is only for the next 10 years, right? Um, that's one thing that I tend to like feel more authoritarian on at a certain point. I feel like fuck, you know what? Let's just have like a technocracy or so, like, let's have a bunch of fucking economists. They have lifetime appointments and they get to fucking decide what our economic policy is going to be for the next 50 years, okay? And no one can tell them otherwise, right? And the fucking engineering crew, they can work with them, and then the fucking scientists can figure out what our uh ecological stuff is going to be. But like, I know in the end I don't really agree with that because of the problems that come with that. But um yeah, I don't know how, outside of just like advocating and telling people to go and vote, how we can get past that problem of, hey, we should be looking at the long term here instead of the very short term.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that like I, as a person, am a little bit more on the technocratic, authoritarian end, where I think that if you want like to hire someone to run your company well, you don't poll the entire nation on who's going to be your CEO. What you do is you get a committee together and you look at candidates based on past experience. You hire one, you create large financial incentive for them to do well. And if they do poorly, you fire them, right? And so I think that like the problem in a lot of ways with the current system is that if you become president, you've got like 4 to 8 years, and your income from being president is not very much. And so you're incentivized in a way to just like exploit the time that you're president for your own benefit rather than for like long term benefit of the country. So that might like manifest in very like short term, politically profitable, initiatives that aren't really helping the government in the long term. And it'd be a lot better. I mean, like one solution would just be allowing people to be reelected over and over. So if you've got a good reputation, that's going to carry you through longer terms and you're going to continue to benefit. But also to make like, the role of presidency the kind of thing where it's more responsive to successes and failures. And I think the problem with like this democratic structure where we are having elections every 4 years is that it's not very responsive to failures as well. So if someone's, becomes very obviously incompetent and unable to do their job, that person should be removed from that office. So these are like solutions that are more authoritarian, but I do think would be beneficial.
I man, I feel like the incentive structure there, like in a perfect world, sure, and it's kind of like the philosopher king stuff. Like in a perfect world, sure, I would agree with that. But I feel like ultimately, if the incentive structures aren't if the incentive structures aren't perfect and the people elected don't have ways to self enrich in a way that don't benefit the overwhelming masses of people, like I can't conceive of a system that couldn't be completely completely for the benefit of a very few, because the incentive for them to change the laws such that it benefits them and not the poor people, and then they get like a double benefit over long term. But I mean,
Well, in businesses, the way that you do this for CEOs is you tie their pay and their benefits directly to the company stock. So when the company stock goes up, they get paid more. And, an analogy for that in the public sector in the government would be to just like tie pay for high level politicians and presidents to positive metrics in the economy or in social welfare. So if you increase like human well-being, however we define that, by these many points, if people are polling as more happier, 5 years into your presidency versus when you started, if people are richer, if the average income, household income has increased, if, by, controlling for purchasing power, then you get a big payday, right? And so if you create those incentives, like, directly tying the president's pay to the median income, that's the kind of thing that I think is going to really encourage people to bring their best foot forward when it comes to political politics, when it comes to policy implementation.
I would have to think about that. Ultimately, for me, I think that having a say in your democracy, well, I guess like having a democracy and thus like people having a say in how their country is run, I think is important to me because otherwise, like having things dictated, um, just doesn't seem like it's an acceptable thing within my moral system. Like I think it's immoral for there to be such a gap of power without accountability to those that are being lorded over. Um, like I think that
I
the system in the
agree.
United
There needs to be
yeah,
accountability in some way. And so, like, the
but yours would be financial. Mine would be
right.
through the votes of the people because like I think that the system of the United States is really good. Um, like pretty much in general, I think that our system is really good. The problem uh, is that there are it's prone to gridlock. But I would rather find ways around the gridlock than conceive of some completely new system that uses a profit motive. You know?
Yeah. I mean, this is like a good point where anytime someone is suggesting a radical political change, that there's like a great deal of uncertainty in that. And it's sort of like the devil you know versus the devil you don't know. And so, if I could like snap my fingers, would I implement my ideal or like what I believe to be like an ideal governmental system in this moment? No, I wouldn't do that because I don't think that, frankly, I don't think I'm, informed enough to responsibly make that decision. And I would prefer to make small changes and test how they're going and observe data over a longer period of time before I would ever feel like, comfortable actually
Yeah.
putting people's lives in my hand. So I mean, I think this is like a good point. I guess that
Actually,
like,
question.
yeah.
Under your system, the president, they're graded, they get their pay based off of um, the increase in well-being of people. But how do we tie that to the policies that they actually enact? If they're trying to enact things that are super long-term, like 40-year-long projects, they're
Mhm.
never going to see the return on that. So what would be their incentive for doing those very long-term projects? Because they're never going to see the return on that, right? It's going to be the president like 3 terms down the line, right? Assuming you
Oh,
don't have like the same like 8 year uh, term limits or whatever. But
I mean, I would allow presidents or leaders to be leaders for life if necessary. So like if it's a 40-year plan, then so be it. The question of like, how do you create incentives for people to do things that transcend beyond their lives? So, like, say
global
you
warming
enter the
stuff,
candidacy at like 40 and there's like a policy that's going to come to fruition in 100 years.
Mhm.
That's a really difficult question, and I'm not exactly sure how to incentivize that because, frankly, like you can't know the effectiveness of something or not, and until it comes to its final completion. So I think it would just be a matter of like whether that candidate is delivering on other things in the meantime, and if they're effectively delivering on everything else, that's going to create like a high degree of confidence that they're going to deliver on like a long-term 100-year project. If they're failing to deliver on like short-term things, I think it's more legitimate to like remove them from office, and not allow them to pursue their 100-year goal, even if like maybe their 100-year goal will have amazing benefits, right? But you've got to measure that out versus how confident you are in those benefits. And like one heuristic for that would be the current well-being of the country under their rule. There might be other heuristics as well. So like maybe like all scientific data points to this long-term project being good, right? Maybe in that case you allow them to like keep their presidency as well.
Hmm. I I'd have to think about that. I don't have a like a platonic ideal of what a government is. I don't
Mm-hmm.
have ultimately the thing that I most look at, um, and I've said many times on my stream that this is one reason that I feel like I've disconnected from a lot of like the online left stuff. Uh, is because like one of the things that I hold like as axiomatic is or like the main goal for political advocacy is helping those at the bottom have a decent quality of life, you know? Like if they can have a decent quality of life, they'll be more likely to have, aspirations to move up. But if you're like living like day to day, just like trying to figure out what the fuck you're gonna do tomorrow to make enough money to eat food so that you can make it to the day after that, you're not thinking, a couple of months down the line, a couple of years down the line, like where you're going to be when you die. You don't have those kinds of aspirations. So I think that most of the things that I think about are like solely beneficial to lower middle class and below. So like the bottom two quintiles of society. And I I don't think that leftists actually care about that stuff. If I'm honest, it feels like what they care about is the kind of poverty that they are experiencing. And this is what I'm getting out of the discourse today is in specifically in regards to the stuff that I'm arguing, because I'm not again, I still don't know a lot about the EBT stuff, but I think that the poverty that they're experiencing is like that period of being poor while you're in college,
Mm-hmm.
which is not being a poor person.
And
You're
frankly,
in
like if you're in college, when you graduate, you're going to be an upper earner, most likely.
yes, top 3 quintiles. You're
Hmm.
not going to be, you're not going to be a fucking McDonald's fucking server and then that's all you're going to eat also because you're a poor person. That's all poor people can eat evidently, I guess. But like you're not going to be working at McDonald's. You're going to be, an engineer or you're going to be a teacher or you're going to be something. And it's like I I think that that's where most of their advocacies for poor people come from. What their expectations of what it means to be poor are. It's all about like their personal experience. I was probably like this when I was 18 or 19 or 20 when I was going to like my first year of college, my second year of college, but like once I actually hit the real fucking world, the what my perception of what it meant to be poor didn't go down to, oh shit, I have to like have enough money in my bank account at the end of the week so that I can go out drinking with my buddies or so I can buy this game to play with my friends online. So I'm going to eat ramen noodles for this week and that sucks. It turned into, holy shit, I need to have enough money to pay my car note and the student loans that I haven't paid back yet because I've taken too long to finish school, and I have to pay back uh, car note loans, my rent, and if my roommates don't have their rent, then I have to pay their rent as well, and then I also have to think about money. And then if my car breaks down for any reason, which it fucking did, constantly. Uh, I have to worry about that cost, and I also have to worry about the cost of gas to get to and from work so that I can make enough money so that I can pay off of those other things. And once I was in that situation where, like, at the end of the month or at the end of every pay period, I was left with like -$3 in my bank account every time, my perspective shifted so fucking hard, so drastically hard, right? When you're hit with like 2 or 3 bouts of the overdraft fees, and your next paycheck is considerably lower because of that, you know? Um, I don't think that most of the people that are arguing these things actually have experienced that, and that is wild to me, to be talking in the way that they are about poor people while never having experienced it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the things that you really need to understand, or people need to really understand, is just like how expensive it is to be poor
Yeah,
and
holy
how
fuck.
many like extra things you deal with. And so I think like the government helping to alleviate those things and enable poor people to like, have some presence of mind, some peace of mind to think more long term is a really good thing.
And so I think ultimately, like in the terms of this discussion, when it comes to like, should people be cooking their own food? I think that, you know, I think that what Merrick said on my tweet is actually right. Um, that we should be teaching people like in school how to cook and how to like take care of their finances, and we should have like the home ec, we should have the fucking cooking classes, we should have all of those things that are like necessary. And I think that is an absolutely base response to all of these dumb fuck zoomers not knowing how to cook a chicken breast and rice, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's that would be an acceptable response. um Acceptable response isn't just let the poor people eat McDonald's until they die of kidney failure, you know?
And really, I think that take is saying like, oh yeah, the government should like line the pockets of these like predatory fast food companies that are depleting people's
Yeah.
health and charging them lots of money, right? That's really what I think leftists are saying with their position. And I don't think that's good. Like we shouldn't let these companies prey on people's sugar addiction. And we shouldn't enable that with government money.
Yeah. I have to look at a bunch of the EBT stuff because I like ultimately I think I agree with the idea like yeah, if you have EBT, you should probably be getting like healthier food. Um like I don't want to like send them home with fucking MREs, you know. Was it Trump that was thinking about doing that early on, or was someone in his cabinet? I remember having an argument a long time ago with someone in real life about whether, you know, people on food stamps should be given just a bunch of fucking military food, uh, you know, like at the in the field shit instead of going to the grocery store. Because if they're poor, they shouldn't be having luxury items like carrots and zucchinis. But but yeah, I think that it would be acceptable to say like, hey, look, we have these benefits. Go and get yourself some food. You're not getting old Mickey D's, and you're not getting, you know, 40 tacos from Taco Bell. You're gonna get like food, and you're gonna have to learn how to cook it, and it's not gonna be that big a deal. Your life isn't over. It's just like this is, you know, and we're not. And I also, is it true that sugar is one of the most addictive substances on earth? I actually don't know if that's just a meme or not.
I don't know about most addictive, but yeah, it is addictive.
Huh. Okay. I've heard that meme a whole bunch, but I didn't know if people were just saying because it tastes good
They
or
might
if
be
it's like
saying by
actually.
like total number of people who consume sugar and have addictive responses to sugar. It's the most addictive. But it's not like As far as like
Oh,
physiologically, it's not like more addictive than heroin, if that's what
okay.
you mean.
I've heard that people say like the heroin thing.
Hmm.
So and you had referenced that like these sugary addictive foods. So I didn't know if that was something that you were referencing, but
Right. I don't
um,
think it's more addictive than heroin because I haven't heard that either. But they might be just saying that like total number of people addicted to it is really high.
gotcha. Um, well, any other things that you want to touch on, or
Any other memes? I don't think so. Thanks for doing discourse with me.
yeah, no problem. I love discourse. I love diving deep into it.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Right. I'm gonna
Well,
like
hey,
it.
I'll catch you around.
All
All
right.
right.
Sounds good.
Catch you later.
That was Sensul. He's cool. Yeah, exactly. So like P. Joe is saying you don't get withdrawal symptoms from not eating as much sugar. Yeah, it's not like heroin. Or maybe you can just hear me out. Maybe you shouldn't be arguing against helping people more. All right, we might do analysis of stream content. I've got a Discord server and people submit like things that I should review on stream. Oh, I also want to review over it. We need some dumpster fire combo convos. I agree, you do. I also think a big problem with the opioid crisis is there are drugs that help people wean off, but they're mostly overshadowed by replacement addictions like methadone. Interesting. I should probably read more about the opioid crisis. I don't know if you've said this already, but what is your stance on UBI? I think UBI is okay. The problem with UBI is that money tends to flow like upwards. There's like a Pareto distribution of money. And if you just like give people money, it'll tend to naturally fall into that Pareto distribution. So, arguably, a better solution to like helping people and helping especially poor people is to like invest in infrastructure that can't be consumed more by richer people. They can't just end up in the hands of rich people. Okay. Do you see this? Over it. I did a business degree. Yeah. Do you get any economic? Yeah, definitely over 100 level, but not like super high. Maybe like, I don't know if I did any 300 level economics courses. I tutored economics for a little while. Okay. I feel like I want to browse gender critical on stream. I sort of don't want to read like peaking stories because they're just going to be like anecdotes. Do I have any recommendations for self-study of economics? I don't. That's a hard subject that I'm not necessarily equipped to answer. Mm, I've read like a lot of economics books, but like arguably, I think econ people would probably tell me that like just reading the econ books that I've read like on my own is maybe like the opposite of helpful because it can like convince you of a certain picture of economics. So unfortunately, I do think a lot of people do this, where they like they'll understand like a certain branch of economics, but they don't have any like broader economic knowledge to contextualize it. I've watched a little bit of Vanessa Voki. She's crazy. I looked it over it like a little bit ago, and there's like a super interesting post, but like I already forgot it. Ooh, King Critical. King Critical is like this male turf. Um, I asked King Critical to debate me like a while ago when I was not streaming at all. I have read multiple libertarian books. I've read Anarchy, State, and Utopia. I've read, well, I'm working on Democracy, The God That Failed, which is like an ANCAP book. And I've read some books just like more broadly about like game theory that go into some libertarian arguments. It's definitely anti-trans, yeah. You can't tell if I'm a leftist or a libertarian. I'm neither a leftist nor a libertarian, but my politics are obscure, so that's okay. Ooh, transracialism. I would absolutely love to know why trans right activists are so vehemently against identifying as transracial. Is it because they believe you can't identify your way to or out of an oppressed class? Is it because they believe that someone of one race could never even scratch the surface of understanding what it feels like to be another race? Is it because transracial identities are always based exclusively on stereotypes? Is it all of the above? Basically, they're like saying, is it this or this or this that all apply to like being transgender? Honestly, I think that like hot take, the reason why people don't support transracialism is because it doesn't serve the progressive agenda to deconstruct race in this way. When you have programs like affirmative action, right, that are vehemently defended by ardent progressive supporters, then the ability to identify in or out of a race creates this like I want to say negative incentive structure, but it's not even that. It deconstructs this identity, which is being used as like a political cudgel. So the idea of like being politically black or politically white is something that has been adopted by like these high level race theorists, right? Like Kimberly Crenshaw is one of them who wrote like these foundational texts in critical race theory. And they fundamentally hold that Black people unifying and identifying as Black is a powerful political weapon and therefore should be protected. So, like, that's the real reason that people don't like transracialism. It's because it's not politically expedient. Now, if there was like race dysphoria, or like someone legitimately had like a medical condition where they had the desire to present as another race, I think that would make this different. Where like progressives then might say, well, now we need to like actually deconstruct race and allow people to change. But in the absence of that, it's a purely political question. Racial identity is a form of expression, though. Like, who's the white rapper who's like always talks about being biracial? Is it Logic? It's one of these guys, right? And he's using race as just like a form of expression, as racial identity. It's you, mirror kissers. Fuck, dude. Okay. All minors should be banned from social media. Unironically true. Social media is cancerous. Oh no, is Discord breaking again? Fuck. Okay, we got it back. I think Discord is breaking again. It's been going in and out. Okay. You guys can link in chat, like things you want me to respond to. Taff, I saw you considered yourself a bit economically conservative. Have you read neoliberal? Do you find any agreements with them? It's interesting that you say this. I'm not sure I would say that I'm economically conservative. I would say that I'm pro free enterprise, though. And I think free markets are good. But I'm not sure if that would make me conservative so much as just like not leftist. Free market liberal. Mm. No one is going to be able to pin down my politics. Never. You'll never figure me out. Ow. Yeah. Taffism. I would say that I identify as a political weirdo. That's my position. Have free trade with North Korea. They're asking for my least centrist position. I'm not sure. I would say that I think that land back for native tribes is probably appropriate. That's a pretty lefty position that I have. And then I'd say like my democracy skepticism is maybe like one of my much more right-wing positions. Which land is a very good question. I mean, like, clearly you can't just give, control of Chicago to like a tribal government, but you should probably give, quite a lot of land back if possible. As in ceding parts of the country to no longer, yeah, correct. Ah, Discord. Discord, why? I don't think ranked choice voting would fundamentally change the fact that, like, voting is not a meaningful way of, like, selecting politicians. Oh my god, you linked a 2-hour documentary.
Of soothing
what the founding fathers.
This hemisphere, and that at that point in time.
In fact, by the year 2000, 50% of Ecuador's national budget had to be allocated for paying its debts.
Yeah, the panel will be fun, I think. It's cool that I'm talking to Stephen twice. Oh. I also originally I was gonna talk to Stephen, but now the second Destiny at like 2 my time, but I checked his stream and he was like, I'm talking to Taff at 1700, or yeah, 1700 EST. So I guess that's what I'm talking to him. More labor rights? Like what? I'm not sure. I think unions could be a little bit stronger. So, like, maybe if there are labor rights that strengthen unions. So, I mean, America does have paid maternity leave, right? They don't have paternity leave. It might be set up, it might be like by states, though. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. The Federal Employee Paid Leave Act, which took effect October 2020, grants federal employees 12 weeks of paid leave. That's only for federal employees, though. I'm not sure if it's mandated. A hole in my lot, in my knowledge. But also, I'm not sure if, like, that's really the government's role to, like, force those concessions. I think it's better if unions negotiate that on, like, an industry by industry basis. strong arm corporations, maybe in some ways. I mean, like the government giving labor protections and like mandating them is something that I don't necessarily think is bad per se, but it's more like it would be better if that kind of thing was handled by negotiations between unions and companies. I love stretching. Stretching is so pog and so based. I like unions because unions are a market solution. They're a tension between private market entities that are negotiating rather than the government using its like strong arm, using force to mandate something. So I think generally this like private market negotiation will find better middle ground, and especially on like an industry by industry basis, whereas the government's sort of like using a blunt instrument to mandate things. Is it open in?
Wojak, your little brother is starving. You have to find a way to make some money so we can buy some food. What is this crappy little game you are playing?
It's called Old School RuneScape. And it's not just a crappy little game, but it's actually the best money-making opportunity for our family.
How could this game be an opportunity to make money?
Well, over in other parts of the world, players are too lazy to train their own accounts. So what I do is train their accounts for them, and in return, they will either give me Bitcoin, or they give me RuneScape Gold, which can be converted into Bitcoin.
I'm not sure about this, Wojak. It sounds too good to be true. And if you were to get caught by the government, they surely would throw you into prison.
Trust me, mother. This is going to work. I will do anything to help protect our family, even if it means risking going to prison.
I believe in you, son. Just be careful. I can't have anything happen to you.
Aw crap, another dang PKer. Don't you know I'm just trying to feed my family, you stupid noobs? Finally, this account is complete.
Mom, when is Dad coming home?
Mauricio, we talked about this. Your father is home in heaven. He was killed by the police when he was protesting against communism. But he will always be with you in your heart.
Mom, guess what? I just received my first payment. I'm going to go buy us some food from the store.
Be careful, Wojak. Don't let anyone know that you have money.
Mom, I'm so hungry.
Sounds pretty bad. Sounds pretty bad for these Venezuelans. Can't trickless the Nicholas. Yeah. Nicholas Maduro. Too powerful. Give me more stream content to review. Oh my god, I'm going to fucking ban people for chatting in my stream content review channel. There's like endless conversations about bullshit. To be fair, I'm causing a lot of it. But oh, I want to react to this like Jordan Peterson video. Good. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I wrote this article recently for one of Canada's major newspapers, the National Post. I'm reading it for those of you who would rather watch and listen. It's entitled, D.I.E. Must Die. This is why. I recently resigned from my position as full tenured professor at the University of Toronto. I am now Professor Emeritus, and before I turn 60. Emeritus is generally a designation reserved for superannuated faculty, albeit those who had served their term with some distinction. I had envisioned teaching and researching at the U of T full-time until they had to haul my skeleton out of my office. I loved my job. And my students, undergraduates and graduates alike, were positively predisposed toward me. But that career path was not meant to be. There are many reasons, including the fact that I can now teach many more people and with less interference online. But here's a few more. First, my qualified and supremely trained heterosexual white male grad students, and I've had many others, by the way, are no longer eligible upon graduation for university research positions, despite stellar scientific dossiers. This is partly because of diversity, inclusivity, and equity mandates. My preferred acronym, DIE. These have been imposed universally in academia. Despite the fact that university hiring committees had already done everything reasonable for all the years of my career and then some to ensure that no qualified minority candidates were ever overlooked. My students are also partly unacceptable, precisely because they are my students. I am academic persona non grata because of my unacceptable philosophical positions. And this isn't just some inconvenience. These facts rendered my job morally untenable. How can I accept prospective researchers and train them in good conscience, knowing their employment prospects to be minimal? Second reason. This is one of many idiot issues of appalling ideology currently demolishing the universities and, downstream, the general culture. Not least because there are simply not enough qualified BIPOC people in the pipeline. BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, for those of you not in the knowing woke. This has been common knowledge among any remotely truthful academic who has served on a hiring committee for the last 3 decades. This means we're out to produce a generation of researchers utterly unqualified for the job. And we've seen what that means already in the horrible grievance studies disciplines. That, combined with the death of objective testing, has compromised the university so badly that it can hardly be overstated. And what happens in the universities eventually colors everything.
I think Jordan Peterson is incredibly correct on this. Universities are really the intellectual and cultural supercenters of American politics and American life. If you want to understand how policy gets implemented in the United States, you need to understand the interests of economic and political interest groups, and those stem from the universities. So what Jordan Peterson is talking about here with like the inability for universities to really select based on like totally meritocratic standpoints is a complete disaster. And I think it really speaks to the degradation of America's like aristocratic governing class.
As we have discovered, all my craven colleagues must craft DIE statements to obtain a research grant. They all lie, excepting the minority of true believers, and they teach their students to do the same. And they do it constantly with various rationalizations and justifications, further corrupting what is already a stunningly corrupt enterprise. Some of my colleagues even allow themselves to undergo so-called anti-bias training conducted by supremely unqualified human resources personnel, lecturing inanely and blithely and in an accusatory manner about theoretically all-pervasive racist, sexist, heterosexist attitudes.
It's like what Comrade Senpai is saying here. It's like American and Canadian education are so deeply interwoven, and American and Canadian culture are so deeply interwoven. What he's talking about in Canadian universities absolutely applies much more so, if anything, to American universities.
Such training is now often a precondition to occupy a faculty position on a hiring committee. Need I point out that implicit attitudes cannot, by the definition,
like Canadians are so delusional when they like talk about like how different America and Canada are. Like Canada's just like America part 2. Like they've copied everything and they're massively influenced by American politics. But like what last username is saying, like Canada is the canary in the coal mine. We see that with other things too. Like Canada is consistently left of America, and America consistently follows Canada.
Definitions generated by those who have made them a central point of our culture be transformed by short-term explicit training? Assuming that those biases exist in the manner claimed, and that is a very weak claim, and I'm speaking scientifically here. The implicit association test, the much vaunted IAT, which purports to objectively diagnose implicit bias, that's automatic racism and the like, is by no means powerful enough, valid and reliable enough, to do what it purports to do. Two of the original designers of that test, Anthony Greenwald and Brian Nozick, have said as much publicly. The third, Professor Mahzarin Banaji of Harvard, remains recalcitrant. Much of this can be attributed to her overtly leftist political agenda, as well as to her embeddedness within a subdiscipline of psychology, social psychology, so corrupt that it denied the existence of left-wing authoritarianism for 6 decades after World War II.
And keep in mind too, like a lot of these social sciences have like a massive replication crisis where they're unable to replicate results consistently. So yeah, I mean, it's a complete disaster, but what people are doing, leftists are doing, is they'll take like whatever, tiny scrap might validate their views. And of course, if a scrap of evidence is not validating their views, all these like leftist peer reviewers are not going to look on it favorably. And so there's this snowball effect where left-wing organizations just get like further and further left. And it's a disaster because really universities should be bastions of truth and like neutrality, and they should be curating the most meritorious group in America and abroad to effectively govern, to effectively craft policy. But what we're seeing in universities is like these mandates for diversity and equity are not gathering the most deserving people, right? I don't think that any policy ever should give people more benefit based on the color of their skin.
The same social psychologists, broadly speaking, also casually regard conservatism, in the guise of system justification, as a form of psychopathology. Banaji's continued countenancing of the misuse of her research instrument, combined with the status of her position at Harvard, is a prime reason we all still suffer under the D.I.E yoke, with its baleful effect on what was once the closest we had ever come to truly meritorious selection. Furthermore, the accrediting board for grad clinical psych training programs in Canada are now planning to refuse to accredit university clinical programs unless they have a social justice orientation. That, combined...
Yeah, look at that. Holy shit. Like, the ability of progressive leftists to just like worm their little claws into the education system is insane. It's so disgusting.
With some recent legislative changes in Canada, claiming to outlaw so-called conversion therapy, but really making it exceedingly risky for clinicians to do anything ever but agree always and about everything with their clients, have likely doomed the practice of clinical psychology, which always depended entirely on trust and privacy. Similar moves are afoot in other professional disciplines, such as medicine and law. And if you don't think that psychologists, lawyers, and other professionals are anything but terrified of their now woke governing professional colleges, much to everyone's extreme detriment, you simply don't understand how far all of...
Conservatives definitely don't do the same thing. I wish they did, but conservatives are incompetent.
This has gone. Just exactly what am I supposed to do when I meet a grad student or young professor hired on D.I.E grounds? Manifest instant skepticism regarding their professional ability? What a slap in the face to a truly meritorious outsider. And perhaps that's the point. The D.I.E ideology is not friend to peace and tolerance. It is absolutely and completely the enemy of competence and justice. And for those of you who think that I am overstating the case or that this is something limited in some trivial sense to the university, consider some other examples. This report from Hollywood, cliched hotbed of liberal sentiment, for example, indicates just how far this has gone. In 2020, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, the Oscar people, embarked on a 5-year plan, does that ring any historical bells, to, quote, diversify our organization and expand our definition of the best. They did...
If you actually dig into the history of American religion, you'll see that like consistently it's religious people who are at the forefront of leftist, propagation of ideas. Like there's this organization called like the Calvinists, who are, if you read their manifestos in the 20th century, they're exactly repeating the idea that we need like universalism and left-wing policies and all these positions that you'd hear from like a modern day progressive. If you go back further to like the Puritans and their settlements, they're creating these like religious theocracies which mirror like the requirement of average people to repeat back to them like the doctrines of progressive fairness and equality. And so, the tinge in American progressivism is very much of like this religious tinge, which in America we've adapted from churches.
So in an attempt which included developing, quote, new representation and inclusion standards for Oscars to, hypothetically, quote, better reflect the diversity of the movie-going audience. What fruit has this initiative, offspring of the D.I.E ideology, borne? According to a recent article penned by Peter Kiefer and Peter Savodnik, but posted on former New York Times journalist Barry Weiss's Common Sense website, and Weiss left the Times because of the intrusion of radical left ideology into that newspaper, just as Tara Henley did recently vis-a-vis the CBC. Quote, we spoke...
No, extreme religious right-wingers are not left. In America, there is an extreme religious right. Absolutely. I'm not going to deny that. There's an evangelical right. But what I'm saying is that the left-wing ideas in America come out of religious movements as well.
To more than 25 writers, directors, and producers, all of whom identify as liberal, and all of whom described a pervasive fear of running afoul of the new dogma. How to survive the revolution? By becoming its most ardent supporter. Suddenly, every conversation with every agent or head of content started with, is anyone BIPOC attached to this? And this is everywhere.
See how disastrous that is? You cannot be running a society based on mandating that you needed to attach like people of color to a project. It should be based on, how much someone can actually give to it, regardless of skin color. And I mean, like universities, the justice system, the courts and what have you, need to be blind to skin color. And they need to be invested in benefiting people regardless of skin color. If someone's poor, it's great to help them, right? But if someone's poor and Black, they shouldn't be helped more than an equally poor Black white person.
And if you don't see it, your head is either in the sand or shoved somewhere far more unmentionable. CBS, for example, has literally mandated that every writer's room be at least 40% BIPOC in 2021, 50% in 2022. We are now at the point where race, ethnicity, gender, or sexual preference is first accepted as the fundamental characteristic defining each person, just as the radical leftists were hoping, and second is now treated as the most important qualification for study, research, and employment. Need I point out that this is insane? Even the benighted New York Times has its doubts. A headline from August 11th, 2021. Are workplace diversity programs doing more harm than good? In a word, yes. How can accusing your employees of racism, etc., sufficient to require retraining, particularly in relationship to those who are working in good faith to overcome whatever bias they might still, in these modern liberal times, manifest, be anything other than insulting, annoying, invasive, high-handed, moralizing, inappropriate, ill-considered, counterproductive, and otherwise unjustifiable? And if you think D.I.E is bad, and it is, wait until you get a load of environmental, social, and governance, ESG scores. See the Vanguard website for more information. Purporting to assess corporate moral responsibility, these scores, which can dramatically affect an enterprise's financial viability, are nothing less than the equivalent of China's damnable social credit system applied to the entrepreneurial and financial world. CEOs, what in the world is wrong with you? Can't you see that the ideologues who push such appalling nonsense are driven by an agenda that is not only absolutely antithetical to your free market enterprise as such, but precisely targeted at the freedoms that made your success possible? Can't you see that by going along sheep-like, just as the professors are doing, just as the artists and writers are doing, that you are generating a veritable fifth column within your businesses? Are you really so blind, cowed, and cowardly with all your so-called privilege? And it's not just the universities and the professional colleges and Hollywood and the corporate world. Diversity, inclusivity, and equity, that radical leftist trinity, is destroying us. Wondering about the divisiveness that is currently besetting us? Look no farther than D.I.E. Wondering more specifically about the attractiveness of Trump? Look no further than D.I.E. When does the left go too far? When they worship at the altar of D.I.E. and insist that the rest of us, who mostly want to be left alone, do so as well. Enough already. Enough. Enough. Finally, do you know that Vladimir Putin himself is capitalizing on this woke madness? Anna Majar Barducci at memri.org covered his recent speech. I quote from the article's translation. Putin speaking. The advocates of so-called social progress believe they are introducing humanity to some kind of a new and better consciousness. Godspeed, hoist the flags, as we say, go right ahead. The only thing that I want to say now is that their prescriptions are not new at all. It may come as a surprise to some people, but Russia has been there already. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks, relying on the dogmas of Marx and Engels, also said that they would change existing ways and customs, and not just political and economic ones, but the very notion of human morality and the foundations of a healthy society. The destruction of age.
Yeah, and if you want to know more about this, I would look into Herbert Marcuse and the sense of like biological socialism or making like a new man. I think that those ideas of like rewriting human biology are really central to the leftist political project.
Age-old values, religion, and relations between people, up to and including the total rejection of family. We had that too. Encouragement to inform on loved ones. All this was proclaimed progress, and by the way, it was widely supported around the world back then and was quite fashionable. Same as today. By the way, the Bolsheviks were absolutely intolerant of opinions other than theirs. Putin continues, This, I believe, should call to mind some of what we are witnessing now. Looking at what is happening in a number of Western countries, we are amazed to see domestic practices, which we fortunately have left, I hope, in the distant past. The fight for equality and against discrimination has turned into aggressive dogmatism bordering on absurdity, when the works of the great authors of the past, such as Shakespeare, are no longer taught at schools or universities because their ideas are believed to be backward. The classics are declared backward and ignorant of the importance of gender and race. In Hollywood, memos are distributed about proper storytelling and how many characters of what color or gender should be in a movie. This is even worse than the agitprop department of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. End of Putin's comments. This from the head of the former totalitarian enterprise, against whom we fought a 5 decades-long Cold War, risking the entire planet in a very real manner. This from the head of a country riven in a literally genocidal manner by ideas that Putin himself attributes to the progressives in the West, to the generally accepting audience of his once burned, once, twice shy listeners. And all of you going along with the Die activists, whatever your reasons. This is on you. Professors, cowering cravenly in pretense and silence, teaching your students to dissimulate and lie, to get along, as the walls crumble, for shame. CEOs signaling a virtue you don't possess and shouldn't want to please my pleasure. Your evil capitalists, after all, should be proud of it. At the moment, I can't tell if you're more reprehensibly timid even than the professors. Why the hell don't you banish the human resource Die upstarts back to the more appropriately named personnel departments, stop them from interfering with the psyches of you and your employees, and be done with it? Musicians, artists, writers, stop bending your sacred and meritorious art to the demands of the propagandists before you fatally betray the spirit of your own intuition. Stop censoring your thought. Stop saying you will hire for your orchestral and theatrical productions for any reason other than talent and excellence. That's all you have. That's all any of us have. He who sows the wind will reap the whirlwind, and the wind is rising.
Fantastic. I mean, he's just so correct. I think Jordan Peterson is one of these people that he seems more correct, you know, the longer time goes on. Even in regards to something like C16 in Canada. Okay, I'll be back. I'm definitely not trolling about C16. Someone has already been charged for not using like they, them pronouns. Which is, that shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be, you know, compelling a certain kind of speech. Yeah, I'll pull it up. I'm also going to close my blinds a little bit. 1 second. So this is by them.us, which is, you know, it's going to be a left-wing source, of course. But you'll see, like, she went on to write that pronouns are a fundamental part of a person's identity, and that proper usage indicates that we see and respect the person for who they are. I mean, I think it's good to respect people's pronouns, but to mandate that you do by law, and there was a 30,000 charge in damages for this, is just ridiculous. So, like, I think that arguing that people shouldn't use like sweetheart, honey, and so on, that's legitimate. And that's because, like, you know, you're mandating that someone doesn't use a certain kind of language that might be destructive. But when it comes to mandating that someone use a specific kind of pronoun, and in this case, I believe they use they, them, that's what I think is really corrosive. And that's exactly what Jordan Peterson was arguing, was that this law would be used to justify charging people for not using the correct pronouns. And that's a mandating of speech, right? I don't think you should be able to do that. But it is, right? Like, you're saying it's not, but it literally was used to punish someone for not using the right word. Oh my God, no. This is the correct case. This isn't the original, like, place that I read about it, but look at this. In the decision, they write about how using pronouns is a fundamental right that people need to respect, right? The correct pronouns is something that is important for human dignity. Which, listen, using the correct pronouns, it's good. You should use the correct pronouns, but the state should not mandate that you use a certain kind of word. At the very least, you should be allowed to just use the person's name repeatedly. But this ruling is that using the right pronouns is a part of human dignity, which is, you know, I think that's fundamentally incompatible with our sense of freedom of speech. Yeah, so the problem is that, like, you are required to use a certain kind of pronouns, right? And the precedence that this is setting is that just using a person's name is not enough. They're the minimum courtesy of respect. It's not an option to respect the pronouns that trans people choose to make themselves. Not an option, according to the Canadians. The correct pronouns for transgender people are not optional. They said the decision showed that. Yeah, the Nazis, who famously didn't engage in compelled speech at all. So yeah, I mean, originally I was arguing that like, oh, C16, not a problem. I mean, it's not just that they call them sweetheart and honey. It's that they use the wrong pronouns. I think it would be more legitimate if it was purely based on sweetheart and honey, or if there was like, you know, if that was a kind of sexual harassment. No, I think you shouldn't mandate your sense of what makes something decent or not, right? You being rude to someone, I think is a right. You should be able to be rude to someone, right? And I don't think the state's responsibility is to tell people not to use mean words. Using the wrong pronouns is rude, it's shitty, but the government should not be in place to determine that people shouldn't be rude or shitty to each other. Okay, I wanted to ask a trans related question. Suppose a world where gender is abolished. Would you still feel dysphoria about, say, your past deeper voice? If no one gendered it, would you still want to change it? I'm not sure. It's a good question. I mean, I think that like our conception of what makes someone male or female is based, it's rooted in like cultural conceptions. So if I grew up in a world without gender, I probably would not necessarily want a higher voice or something like that. I would probably still feel dysphoria, but it maybe wouldn't be like attached to these like feminine presentations. It'd be maybe attached to like more fundamentally biological things. And that's assuming that like I still have some sense of sex distinction. No one has actually been charged. The restaurant and specific content offenders responsible for their behavior will pay Nielsen $30,000 in damages. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm arguing with this person. Like we have the article right in front of us, and they're just like, no. Oh my god. This is the other thing. People are like, it's not C16, but if you like scroll down, like it's literally the Human Rights Act in Canada is what they use to make these determinations, right? So they're not going to be like they were charged under C16. Like the Human Rights Act is what they use to determine whether or not something's acceptable. You mentioned it about, yeah, it's about C16 because the human rights was expanded by C16 to include, these provisions about gender identity. So yeah, I don't think you should be compelled to use a certain kind of pronoun. Oh, look at this. The court just ruled that misgendering is a protected free speech. But not really, right? Because you can still be charged monetarily. You just can't get jailed. Yeah, I mean, thank God that they've like shut down this bill that would actually create jail time for it. But the fact that you can take it to court and have like misgendering be something that is ruled like against the fundamental human rights of people, I think is absurd. So it's a different to be compelled not to use a kind of speech. If you're just not allowed to use a specific pronoun, I think that's legitimate, right? If you can just like say someone's name repeatedly, I think that's okay, right? The problem is that under C16, you could be forced to use a specific kind of pronoun, and not using the pronoun would be considered a violation of human rights. So I think it's legitimate to like, again, take someone to court for like using a slur against someone. And I think it's legitimate to mandate that you're not allowed to use a certain kind of language, but to mandate that you must use a different kind of language is the distinction here. C16 is quite short. I think it's only a few paragraphs. But C16 doesn't actually, it doesn't say that anyone's going to be charged this much or that much. It just creates the legal precedent to do that in the future, which is the problem. I do know what it says. We can read it on stream, but it's not going to be helpful. So what you need to do is actually look at how it's being used. And if you look at how it's being used to charge people for not using the right pronoun. Yeah, I think employers can be compelled not to use a certain word, but I don't think employers should be compelled to use a certain word. You have one example from years ago, and that example has been debunked. I don't know what to tell you. Months ago, I guess. Months and years, what's the difference? Oh, what's the distinction between compelled versus banned speech? I think there is a significant difference. I think it's, much more authoritarian to force people to engage in repeating things that they don't necessarily believe. So if someone doesn't believe that, like, I'm a woman, I don't think they should be forced to pretend they do believe that by using female pronouns for me. I think that's absurd. And I think it's okay if they just want to use my name, right? And you force them not to misgender me as far as using like he or him. But the fact that someone could be forced to gender me female, I think is really, really scary. I've had multiple jobs, yeah. So C16 doesn't prohibit any action in of itself. To be clear, C16 doesn't do this. It doesn't have laws. That's not how the amendment works. The amendment is groundwork for future rulings, which we've seen already. Yeah, I mean, like, Comrade Senpai is just like hilariously misinformed. We've like gone over the articles on stream, and they continue to deny, say that it's like years old and been debunked, despite it being like only a few months old, clearly being in front of their face. Progressives. Listen to yourself. Yep. Progressives are, they're destroying civilization. Am I a big fan of Blair White? I think she's okay. I do think she's like gotten some things pretty wrong, which is not good. Okay, we're gonna talk with Destiny in like a few minutes. I'm gonna try something real quick. Okay, I do think that's better. Hmm. Okay, test. All right, we're just gonna talk for a little bit and tell me if I'm cutting off at all. C16 discourse, huh? Fun stuff. Yeah, I mean, I used to think that like C16, well, it'll never be used like compel speech, but clearly we're going down that road in Canada. One example, that's how legal precedent works. You have court rulings and they get built on. As Comrade Senpai knows more about. I, yeah, I mean, that's just how legal precedent works. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, what's Destiny up to?
But after him, also they kind of had like
Still
so
talking to
there is
said
something
person.
called OSDD, which is like other specified dissociative disorder. So it's like dissociative disorders that aren't.
I love you too, Isul. Mm. Comrade Senpai, definitely stick around and chat because you're going to be even more annoyed by the Destiny conversation. No, I'm going to talk to Destiny about democracy. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Flowers Anger. You understand. The leftist echo chambers, they're everywhere. We just like, I think it's okay to be a leftist, but like, even when something I disagree with, like there's some like right-wing person who I don't think is correct, I just enjoy not being in the echo chamber for once. At SawCon, I haven't heard of this. Funny. I'm going to be putting forth a position that is skeptical of democracy. I haven't watched Peterson on Joe Rogan. There's like a new one, right? I think that Jordan Peterson is pretty bad at expressing his ideas a lot of the time. And like, I watched him on Joe Rogan and might have brought this up in my first conversation with Destiny, but I think that like use this analogy of like you should be a monster. And Joe Rogan's like, what the fuck does that mean? You should be a monster. And what Jordan Peterson means when he says you should be a monster is that you should like stand up for yourself. So it's like, why don't you just say stand up for yourself? And I think that's like a huge problem with Jordan Peterson is that he constantly uses this language that's like very extreme. And then if you ask him like, well, what do you actually mean by that? He's like, I just mean this like very simple thing where it's like, I just have this very basic point. And it's like, okay, well, that's a cool point, or that's like a good, decent point, but it's like obvious as well. Yeah, it's definitely edgier. He just likes the attention. I think Destiny, or I think Jordan Peterson, he loves the experience of being like expressing some out there opinion and then being challenged on it and being able to be like, you're misunderstanding me. I think he really enjoys that, which is
education, and they like give you some positive rapport, even, and
also has the theater aspect. Yeah. I also haven't watched the Sam Harris versus Jordan B. Peterson debate. Though I haven't been super impressed with Sam Harris's philosophy in the past. Talking to Destiny about democracy. Yeah. Jordan P. Peterson. The Von Dolma case? Oh my god. Say it. Say it, username up. He's talking with a psych person right now.
Goal is that they're moving you to a place where you're basically not dying, or like your body is like has some minimal level of functioning, and that's like the goal when we go to a hospital. When I go to a hospital,
Not familiar with Mindscape. For a second, I thought you were gonna bait me with another funny meme. You didn't. No, I think Jordan Peterson is definitely gratuitously provocative. I don't think it's good. I mean, I think it attracts people to him because people enjoy that. But as far as when it comes to having people understand you in the moment, I don't think it's good. Like the monster example I talked about earlier.
Hers out. When you pull your dick out and she pulls hers out. That is chaos. That is unexplored territory. You didn't expect it. You don't know what to do. And that is the belly of the beast.
Good meme.
Necessarily. Yes.
Like no amount of medication or therapy is going to do as much for depression as like huge fundamental lifestyle changes. And I would say probably even in the case of like medical, real major depressive disorder, like even in that case, like things like a better diet, better sleep schedule, better social functioning are going to do more for you than just than just like, you know, having medication and therapy. But it's the problem.
I'm gonna play Hearthstone. That's what I want. Yeah, Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
The reason why people are probably asking so much.
Sad, anxious, and depressed. And most of that can be fixed by just getting them friends. And right now we're band-aiding it by giving them like a mental health therapist, and some CBT skills. But CBT
Just give them friends, Pepe laugh. Debate destiny on the virtue of being on time. Being on time is very important. Definitely virtuous. They have like new minions, which is really cool. But honestly, I'm not sure like how impactful they are. These dragons. We'll go with Alakir. Probably. Yes, Sarah. Oh, we didn't believe in virtue ethics. Virtue ethics are good. I love stretching. Oh, look at this. We've also got a pretty good tavern. Taftash, with the raise of the word base in the cultural lexicon. Do you think it's disrespectful to not pay respect to Little B, the original base god? Fun fact, Little B, the base god, messaged me on Twitter asking for nude pictures and offering to pay me money. But I've heard he does this and he doesn't pay people money, so I did not do it.
Have a good battle, friend.
Yeah, he did like the write your name on you.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around.
Yeah. Which I think is like funny of him, but like I'm not gonna play into it. I know. Destiny. Disgusting. Whoa.
Out of this.
We're getting fucked right now. I should just put it in my stream title 1 second.
That one might make all the difference.
I am sexually attracted to women.
I'll save these ones for later.
I am a woman enjoyer. Women are good. I'm bisexual. I think I lean towards being attracted to men, but I like women too. Like, I'm currently dating a woman. Yeah, your average woman enjoyer.
It's not the strongest, but it'll fight hard.
Am I gonna teach Destiny what schizo posting is? I feel like he knows. I feel like he knows something about schizo posting that I don't. Because he was like, where did you get that meme? And I was like, the internet. I'm gonna wait for him to message me because I told him, like, message me when you finish your convo. I would like to be friends with Destiny. I feel like Destiny's cool. Like, his community's really cool.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
Okay, bye, oat milk. Thanks for hanging in for a little bit. I don't think Vosh is a Destiny wannabe. Maybe originally, but not so much anymore. Yeah, he's got all his positions on his website. Okay, Steven's gonna message me after his league game. I think Booksmarts is cool. I've added Booksmarts on Twitter before and like told him that he does a good job and stuff. I've also, like, after my very first conversation with Steven, I messaged Booksmarts and was like, hey, we should talk sometime. And he was like, I don't know about that. Because I need to go over like popular stuff. And I was like, okay. So I've just got to get popular enough to be accepted by Booksmarts. I'm not cool enough yet. He didn't literally use those words, by the way, before you like call him an asshole. He was just like, I've got a lot that people want me to look at that's like really popping in the space right now. And I was like, okay, that's okay. Yeah, not cool enough for book. I'm gonna talk to Destiny when he finishes his league game. I think this conversation is not going to be super combative, though, is the thing.
You can turn this around.
I mean, my viewership is only high because of Destiny, to be honest. So I don't think it'll stay high for super long, but that's fine. Like, whatever. I've just got to slowly build up and like make good content, I think. Do I think the Coomer appeal distracts people? No, I think the Coomer appeal gets people in the door. Very sad. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good introduction to like have people find out about me through Steven, but I don't have like too many illusions about it lasting for a long time. Also, I messed up. This should have +3, but I did it wrong. I think Mr. Girl, I think he just gets like frustrated if he's not able to have like real meat and potatoes, like one-on-one conversation with someone. And so I think panels are hard because you don't really get to have your word in edgewise. Oh, I mean, I just think that like, because I'm, you know, you can't have like infinite conversations with a streamer like Steven. So I think as long as I'm having conversations with him, I'll get like good viewership. But what I've got to really do is like carve out a niche of my own and really deliver on like having meaningful and interesting talks with people. Which I don't think that I've quite proven myself yet in that sort of realm.
Better hire a recruit while you can. Better hire a recruit while you can.
Niche or niche. I just want to talk politics, and that's what I want to do. I would love to debate Vosh. I don't know what we would talk about though.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
Any advice for a panel during my first one on Thursday? I'm not sure. I think I'm the wrong person to ask because I don't know much about panels. I have relatively little experience myself. I would love to talk to Mr. Girl about trans stuff. I've reached out to him, but I mean, like, part of me worries that like his bad experience with the panel is gonna like taint his view of me, which is too bad. But I mean, happens. So really what we need is like these two guys. Thank you, 28cm pants. I appreciate it. There is a long lineup to talk to Mr. Girl. think Mr. Girl's trans takes are not good. And I would love to talk to him about them. But he did another like discussion about trans stuff with someone. ContraPoints. I like ContraPoints. And like obviously she's like further left than me, but I think she has valuable opinions. Yeah, I mean, in regards to like the Holocaust. Yeah, with Lumi, I don't think she handled the convo as well as I would have. I think Mr. Girl is a hard person to debate, probably, because I think he has like a lot of force of presence. And so I would not blame Lumi for like getting tripped up or nervous. I think I would probably get quite tripped up as well. But I'm glad you think that I would do well. It's really annoying. What do you mean? I guess I could understand the frustration because Mr. Girl will not want to argue about facts like in the middle of a conversation, which I do think that can be a little bit frustrating for people. I also think that Mr. Girl can be like quite interrogative. He can make it seem like an interrogation, which I could also see being frustrating. The reason why I want to talk to Mr. Girl though is because I think like I think we're sort of similar in a way. Hopefully not in any bad ways, but just like in our communication styles, I think we're somewhat similar. I saw his convo with Lauren, yeah. And I mean, that's like a convo that impressed me, quite frankly. Because I think that he looked good in that conversation. And Lauren did not look so good. Of course, though, I think that's like not his intention as well, which makes it like all the more interesting. Oh my God, we just lost. What? I was not paying attention. Dragons, sort of slow now.
I need 58 gold. I wonder if that kills me instantly in one shot.
Look at him.
Why is Diana going? I mean, we might as well lose on a 5v5. Don't try to. You're never getting Baron. Even if you died and got Baron, I think we'd still lose. I don't think you can test Baron with 3 inhibs down. Oh,
I know nothing about this game.
Okay.
I hope he's doing good though.
Oof.
I'm gonna eat some nuts.
Well, if you're gonna dive, it's probably gonna be... Rip.
I pronounce it like tough. Tough.
We're back.
All right. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Hello. Bonjour. Bonjour. How's it going? Hello. 你好. Ça va bien. Je suis très bon. Je suis fantastique. Stephen talk. I don't know where Stephen is. Stephen disparu.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I'm gonna close the stream though.
Integrate.
We're gonna talk about democracy. Democracy. Democracy is cringe, not epic. So true. Democracy, I'd say that's cringe and not based pilled. It's cringe and soy. That's how I describe democracy. Yeah, more like dumbocracy, am I right? Fucking got him. Democracy enjoyers destroyed. Yeah. HRT doesn't affect your voice though. Yeah. My voice is just fucked like this. Permanently. Hormones can't change it. Is that true? Easy. I thought Vash said that he grew up like poor or working class. I can talk in a masculine voice. Do you want to hear it?
Hey bro, let's go throw the pigskin around and watch football, you know?
There you go. That's guy voice. Yeah, not bad, right?
How's it going, bro?
But yeah, my natural voice, I can still speak in a deep voice. Where is Steven? He's probably figuring out food or something. I don't know where I learned voice. I just practicing it, I guess. I don't think my voice is like particularly good though. It's like if you were to flex a muscle all the time in regards to like whether or not it just comes naturally now. And then if you want to like try to unflex that muscle, it's difficult. You have to like work at it. You have to like really try to relax. So that's how I describe talking like a different kind of voice pitch. Like you just get used to it. And when your body like goes to produce sounds, it just like tries to produce them in like a higher pitch automatically. I don't know why chat is like this though all of a sudden. Okay. So I did watch the Hassan Christian Walker debate, and that was really brutal. That was hard to watch. Hassan just like has horrible. I think Hassan's understanding of like trans politics is like, well, trans women can pass, therefore trans women are women. But like it's so ineffective for convincing someone. I did see how he was like attacking trans people, which is so rich coming from him, considering he's an awful advocate for trans women. And his understanding of like trans issues is entirely based on basically platitudes. And you can see he's like reaching for a good argument where when he's talking about like, well, you'd like call this person a woman, right? And I'd call this person a woman. What he's getting at is this like cultural conception of womanhood, right? Where if everyone calls someone a woman, like effectively they are a woman. And so I think that going at it from that angle of this like cultural argument of womanhood and womanhood, what counts as a woman really depending on the time and place, I think would be like a stronger argument. But it's also probably not likely to convince conservatives conservatives will probably come back with something like, well, women like need to be able to biologically reproduce, they need to have excess chromosomes. And then the correct argumentation line there is to say, like, well, would you consider someone who has like androgen insensitivity and is XY, but otherwise looks totally female and is able to reproduce? Would you consider that person not a woman? Would you tell that person to their face, you're not a woman? And that's harder for conservatives to say. So you can like sort of get someone trapped where you're like, well, look how difficult it is to define woman. So shouldn't we just define it by the cultural, zeitgeist, what they believe? And I think that's probably the strongest position that progressives can take on this issue. But personally, I mean, I think that like whether or not trans women are women or not is sort of, it's like a semantics game, and it's not really relevant to like the actual politics around trans people. Like whether a trans woman or women or not doesn't change whether or not trans people should have access to hormones, right? Or whether you should treat trans people with respect in your life. You can call trans women like women or jimin or whatever. But, like fundamentally, they should still have access to the same kind of hormones and dignity as anyone else. Yeah, and his argument really relies on this sort of like frat bro understanding of trans things, where it's like, well, if they look like someone I'd want to fuck, they're a woman. I would probably not be friends with someone who doesn't consider you a woman or consider me a woman. Not sure though. Probably not. 'Cause, I mean, I think they'd just be like an asshole, right? In theory, I could be, but it would be difficult. I haven't watched Euphoria though. I have a hard time watching media with trans characters. It just like stresses me out. About transgenders in sports, I don't know enough about the science, which is a boring opinion, but like I think the science could come out that like trans women's like added bone density from years of testosterone gives them like an unfair advantage in certain sports. I think that's like a plausible piece of research that we could see. So if that came out, like, or if someone presented me with that, I think I'd have to say that like it's an unfair advantage. For practical reasons, yes, in regards to misgendering. But for scientific reasons, no. It doesn't speak to the actual heart of the matter, which is that a conservative is going to say you need XX chromosomes and or the ability to produce a child. Fuck it, let trans women participate in men's sports. My understanding is that a lot of men's sports aren't strictly segregated. So like a woman could choose to compete in like a men's league if she wanted, but typically women don't. Just because there's like no desire to. And it's only like strictly segregated for like some sports. The Anna drama. Someone gifted me a sub to Anna. A woman tried out for the NFL. Yeah. It varies from sport to sport, but my understanding is that like some sports allow women to compete with men if they want, but then they also have like women only leagues. in general, I think it's not good to comment on like personal drama. I'm just not interested in it. Like, I had a friend who was sending me like videos of Steve and Destiny in a hot tub with Melina. And my friend was like, look how creepy he's being. And it's like, I don't know their dynamic. Like, I can't say. It just seems like so useless to like comment on a lot of personal interactions that people have because you don't have contextual understanding. Yeah, there's this like big meme in like lefty communities that like Steven is like abusive to Melina, which, yeah, it's not interesting me to like pursue that line of analysis. Just because I can't mind read. I can't see into someone's relationship dynamic to see like what is normal for their dynamic and what isn't. Oh, who ignoring chat? Are you okay? So are you a Yarvanite? No. The problem with Yarvin, I don't know. I think Curtis Yarvin has like some good ideas. I'd love to talk to Curtis Yarvin sometime about his ideas. I think the problem is that like the way that Yarvin argues for his ideas in his books is like so roundabout and so historical. And like if you read A Gentle Introduction to Unqualified Reservations, he like cites his mother's opinion on a climate scientist or like a climate change activist to say that like climate change is not real. And you're reading this and you're like, what? What are you talking about? Um and he also, in order to prove that like the American Revolution is like not good, he'll like cite anti like monarchists or like loyalists, British loyalists, and he'll be like, don't they seem like the kind of person you'd want to have a beer with? And you're like, I guess, like, maybe. What does that prove? So I've been like unfortunately pretty disappointed when I've read Curtis Yarvin's stuff. Also, oh my god, thank you, Hans. Hans, I love you. Wampas. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Yarvin has like this racist undertone to him. And I think that's pretty bad as well. Like, there's this tendency for right wing people to reject any progressive position ever, right? They just want to stand totally outside of the progressive norm. And they end up adopting like horrible views, which I think are not good. And so, like, Yarvin's racism is one of those things where I think he wants to reject progressivism. He wants to challenge it in every way possible. But sometimes it's not necessary. Like progressivism, as much as right wingers hate to admit it, gets some things right. And like the unerring insistence that we ought not be racist to people is one of these things that is good. Like you should not be racist to people. That is divine, yeah. Okay, I think Steven messaged me back. Okay. Steven, hello.
What the fuck is your name? What is this name? Can you explain it?
Taftaj.
Taj.
Yeah, it's
Why?
like it was an acronym, and it meant like the account for the something something, and I forgot what it meant. But like very early on, when I was like sort of getting popular on the internet, people asked me to create a Twitter account, and I just wrote in Taftaj because I was like, I need something very quickly, and the name stuck. So now I've got 100K followers, and they're attached to an account that has fantastic search engine optimization, but is horrible to pronounce for Americans.
Cringe. But okay. Cool.
Not cringe, based, Stephen, based. You had a conversation with a psychologist? How did that go?
All my conversations go great with educated people. It's only the uneducated, disgusting filth that inhabits the internet that I have problems with.
Oh boy.
So I went fine.
I think that bodes well for this conversation for sure.
Don't you have a degree in something?
I do, in business, but
yeah. So there you go. Let's get down to business.
Not super relevant to the topic of social policy. But yeah, democracy.
Oh God, it's this conversation. Okay,
yeah, democracy, fun. I would say that like I don't believe in democracy as a general rule. And what I mean by that is not necessarily that democracy is bad in all of its forms, but more fundamentally that democracy just like is a fantasy, and when it plays out in real life, it looks a lot more like oligarchy than anything else. So like I would argue that in any political system, there's going to be some group of people who are more willing or more capable to influence the political system than anyone else. Does that seem plausible to you?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm glad you agree, because I think everything sort of builds out from this. But it's a fundamental critique to like someone like Vosh, who thinks democracy should be used for anything. If you create like a worker co-op where everyone has like democratic control and everything is equal, right? So you've like eliminated.
Can I respond a little bit more to your last thing? Because I don't want to feel like I'm copying everything you're saying, okay?
Okay.
I think that in all forms of democracy, there's going to be some forms of like power that are going to be gotten in certain ways. So like in a capitalist country with democracy, we could argue that people with more money might be able to exert more either direct influence and that wealthy people are more likely to vote, or indirect influence and that they are more likely to have more prominent voices in society to influence people. But even in an idealized Vosh world where we would like eliminate all forms of like capitalist democracy, even in like a worker co-op, there's going to be people that are, we can say, have like more social currency than others. Like maybe a very charismatic leader is able to sway the votes of other people, or maybe somebody with like there's never in any conceivable system will there be like a one-to-one, every single person has exactly equal power through the whole strata of society. Depending on the type of society, there's always going to be some people that have more influence than other people, basically. Yeah.
Right. And I think it's a fantastic point about social capital, but it's deeper than that, in that there's going to be a great number of people who just are unwilling or, not interested in exercising democratic power. So like we can only get something like 60% of people out to vote in a presidential election. It's much less for many state elections. And so most people are totally happy to just delegate that power control to outside forces, to representatives, and so on. So the idea that we'd like have worker or, the public deciding on things is just, it's a fantasy, because people on average are not interested in deciding these things. But
or another way to say this might be more harshly, people always criticize like workers are dumb. And I think that might be a hyperbolic way of stating it, but like realistically, like most people don't want to learn the minutia of all the policies, even of their own workplace. A lot of people just want to show up, do their work, go home, have fun with their family, go out drinking on Friday, whatever, and then show up and do it again. And that's kind of what you do. I don't think everybody wants to be like this ultra empowered worker that is like making all these, like, I'm super motivated and interested to know like where the hamburger patties are coming from for my restaurant, and maybe we can make it environmentally more, like, I don't think many people engage with it that way.
And I
Or
think
care
this
to
is
even.
one problem with like a lot of the co-op or cooperative model discourse is that if you create like a co-op where people are working together and they're all voting collectively and they're all sharing like power over the company, chances are that kind of organization of a company is already selecting for people who are really engaged in wanting to do that. And if you were to like ever, impose that on people in general, most people would not be interested in that. So, I mean, I think we agree that like in any democratic system, there's going to be like a small people who are really exercising power. I think you're one of these people, right? Like when you go
I'm
to,
very powerful. Absolutely.
well, you went to like Georgia and you canvassed like crazy.
Yeah.
And your canvassing is having, an enormous amount more impact than someone who just votes.
Or some loser who talks about it on the internet. Yeah.
Or some loser who just talks about it on the internet and doesn't mobilize anyone. Yeah. But I think interestingly too, you ran a candidate in Omaha, right? And did he ever actually get to being voted on by the general population?
No, I got axed from the campaign because somebody wrote a huge hit piece on me. And he almost lost his teaching job over it.
Well, I think this is like the perfect example because there's some people in our culture.
Oh, I mean, hold on. He made it to the election, but I mean, like,
Okay.
yeah, he didn't win
But
anything, but yeah, fine, yeah.
he didn't win. He didn't have your support. So like, despite your relative wealth and influence, like journalists and the press are able to like exert enormous control on the political movings and dealings of our culture. I think this is like problematic because the press is able to influence so much power, and the press is like in many ways beholden to like the university system, which is like producing journalists. And so you have like a very left-wing university system. It creates think tanks, right? Special interest groups. It creates a lot of the most economically elite people in our society. So, the high-level business interests, and it creates like journalists.
It does. I would argue that I think that that's good. I mean, like, the idea that the press can serve as a check on big capital, I think is not bad. I think that's an okay thing.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think the problematic part is that Americans have really bought their own hype. They're drinking their own Kool-Aid.
Yeah, just recently, or I mean, this is part of the
over
American
time
tradition.
for sure.
Yeah.
But like Americans certainly seem to believe in this like conception of democracy as, free and open and like the power stemming from the people. But I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with this. There's a study that comes out of Princeton. It looks at almost 2,000 policy polls over, I think it's about a 20-year period. And what it finds is that the average voter's opinion on a specific position has almost no relevance to whether or not that position gets implemented in policy. And what
I feel like
yeah.
I feel like we can go back and forth on those types of things, but okay, go for it.
Well,
I would disagree with where we're going with that, but I don't know how relevant it's going to be to your next point. So
I mean, I'll elaborate. That's not to say that the average voter's opinion doesn't get implemented. It's to say that their position doesn't have weight on whether it does or doesn't. So when the average voter, when their position on a policy decision coincides with the position of specifically special interest groups, so like NRA or the AARP or so on, when it coincides with these groups or coincides with the interests of economic elites, that's when it gets implemented. And so the paper finds that like consistently the average, voters' policy preferences do get implemented, but it doesn't matter if, 30% of voters believe in it or 90%. It's about the same rate as far as whether or not it's going to get implemented or not. And what really matters is whether it has backing from economic elites and special interest groups.
That might be the case, but I feel like the interplay between those two groups are very important.
Okay.
Are we talking? Is this the Gillenson Page study?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you know who Sakta Left is?
I.
Him, and there have
Yes.
been other people that have made responses to this, kind of like breaking down why maybe it's not quite as dire as this study points to. But fuck, I don't know how much we want to dig into all of that. I think that whether or not groups support certain things and whether or not people support certain things and what gets passed as policy, I think is really complicated because of how complicated our system is. And I don't think it's as easy to say like there's a one-to-one draw on like there's a one-to-one comparison where like this is what the public wants and this is what happens. For a variety of reasons. We can say one is because population desire doesn't matter because we have like 50 individual states, right? So say 60% of the population wants something, but that's overrepresented in blue states, and then the Senate doesn't resemble that desire. It's obviously not going to happen. Now, whether that's a good or bad thing is a separate discussion, but it's not just because like the elites are against it. It's because of the population split and how we've got the Senate set up. Another thing might be that a lot of people are in favor of a certain thing, but there are other issues that are more important, so that thing doesn't get passed. So, for instance, it might be the case today that the majority of Americans are supporting legalization, I think, of at least marijuana. But like, there might be other issues, especially to conservatives, that are more important to vote on. So they'll vote for like an anti-marijuana guy because it's more important to them that like certain things get passed related to the economy or tax cuts or something. The biggest challenge that I usually try to think up of, so like if I'm reading research on something or studies or something, usually I try to back up and I try to think like on a macro level, like can I think of stories or can I think of like, does this seem to be true or am I like getting lost in the weeds? When I think about like whether or not the average voter is represented in the in like the government, I try to think of like, are there huge policies that the government passes that everybody's against, but for some reason, either special interests or corporate elites or manage to get it passed in Congress? I can't really find examples of this ever happening. I can find examples of policies on the edges where there's not a lot of like public fervor, there's not a lot of public interest, where maybe you'll find like here where special interests can really work their magic. So like, let's say for instance, we're talking about, should we ban the ability to drill oil from, surfaces in the ocean that are between 5,000, like something like that? Like, okay, now a special interest can work in Congress and lobby and do this, and most people don't know or care, so maybe they can get some headway. But in terms of like every American really wants this thing and we just can't get it passed through Congress, I think that that's largely a fabrication of polling data, of asking questions in a specific way, and then people run with that and they go like, oh look, well you can see that like the government doesn't represent the will of the people. The most salient example I can think of is Medicare for All, where like if you ask somebody like, should the government provide healthcare to everybody or free healthcare to everybody, it pulls at like 74%. But if you ask it at the other extreme, it's like, should the government ban all private insurance and make government insurance mandatory? It's like 24%. So yeah, I think I'm not as dire on like, does the government represent the will of the people? I don't know how important this point is for the rest of your argument. I can assume that it's true. We can move on from here, or we can fight on this if you want.
Yeah, I mean, just to like clarify a little bit, the polling data used in this study is careful not to include polling data that use like strong hypotheticals. So like an example with like Medicare would be like, would you support a government option if it meant you could never use private insurance again, right? That polls like quite negatively. And so this specific study was careful not to use like those sort of hypotheticals in the polls that they include. But I've also seen criticism of the study, and usually the criticism breaks down to saying something like, it'll say something like, well, if you look at wealthy Americans and their positions, they also weren't highly represented in the government policy decisions, which is also true, right? But I think it's missing the point of the paper, right? And the point of the paper is not that wealthy people have their policy positions implemented. In fact, the point of the paper is specifically that that's not the case, right? It's only like in the specific alignment of like economic elites and special interest groups. And so like, you're also right that special interest groups, they're not passing legislation that is like broadly unpopular, because also that's not their job, right? Like if there's a special interest group for like farm subsidies, that's not relevant to most Americans. It's relevant to farmers, and it's relevant to like voters in Kansas, but
Mhm.
not really relevant elsewhere. So, I mean, your point is like correct that special interest groups tend to represent like sort of niche issues, but like that's, you know, by definition, you know, their job is to represent these like sort of niche border
Mhm.
issues.
There's a guy that does, he's a data nerd in my chat. I don't argue against this guy because he's right about everything else, so you can argue with him too. One of the problems that he's pointing out, or I didn't mean to say that as if like he's knocking down your argument, but this guy seems to do a lot of this kind of stuff. He says, what if my criticism of the study is that the model in the paper has an R squared of 0.07, meaning the variance in variables is associated with 7% of the variance in outcomes. So simply that the evidence is insufficient to support the claim, and then he's linking a paper. I don't want to dig too hard into this. I don't know how true or untrue this is, or
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. So
okay, let's move past that. We don't have to worry about that. For the broader claim,
oh,
I guess.
okay.
I was gonna say for the broader claim of what you're saying, do you think, or can you think of just so we're a bit grounded, I guess, in the policy, can you think of some stuff where it's like this is legislation that should have passed, obviously, but didn't, or this is legislation that definitely shouldn't have passed, but somehow did? That would show like, well, look, I think that the elites or some ruling body is kind of like corrupting the government here. Do you have any examples of that, or can you think of anything like
I
that?
mean, I think if you want to broaden it out to like,
Mm-hmm.
so we're not like in the weeds with,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, messing with my camera. So we're not in the weeds with like a very specific data argument. I would just say that like, it's only natural that in a political system, the people who have the most power and the most willingness to influence the politics are going to. And we've established that like hypothetically and with your sort of, you know, conversing with you, where we agree that these like special interest groups who are highly motivated are probably going to work a lot harder to influence politics than like if you take a broad opinion poll, you know, on Americans on any issue, you're going to get a lot of people who, you know, on the paper or on the phone, they'll say, yeah, I want this, right? But they're not necessarily going to go out or vote or make their voice heard in politics. So I think this understanding of like America and democracy as a whole as something that is in large part influenced by like the interests of people who are highly motivated and highly capable. I think it's an important thing to recognize because
do you think, or do you worry that like when you see, say, somebody like Donald Trump get elected, this is somebody who I think was opposed like by literally everybody in the establishment. The media hated him. Both parties hated him. But the people, at least the Republican Party, seemed to like be super obsessed with him, and that was enough for him to make it through and break through all the processes.
yeah,
Somebody
but
like
then
that
look at
challenged
like
that conception. Yeah.
what the people wanted, right? So like the people who voted for Donald Trump, they voted for him on the promises that he would build the wall and drain the swamp. And what did we get? And probably also like withdraw from Afghanistan, stop being so interventionist, which he started the process of. Give him credit for that. But he didn't drain the swamp. He didn't like crack down on corruption, and he didn't build the wall. So these are like broadly popular things, which people are voting for him on, which didn't get implemented. And of course, you know, he can't do that without the allyship of a great number of people in the Senate and in the House. And that allyship comes with the allyship of broader establishment, right? Broader establishment that's able to create canvassing groups to get politicians who are supportive elected and so on.
I agree with that. But I think the thing that so this is going to be the broader trend of every argument I make. I agree that what you're saying is true. I don't agree that those things are like their own kind of thing that exists as kind of like these like political vampires. I would say that these things exist because they draw so much power from the groups that tend to support them. So like we hate the fact that like McConnell has so much power, or that, you know, whatever politicians, you know, we hate them, you know, Manchin or Cinema. But the reality is they're not there as just like a foil to the system to show us how the illusion of democracy that we live under. They're there because they draw their power in real part from people that actually do support these politicians.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. And what you're getting at is this like understanding of American politics as something that is like highly regionalized, and
For
highly
sure.
like fractured and like push to the local level. So like voters in West Virginia who elected Joe Manchin and like Joe Manchin because he's this moderate guy, their positions in politics are, I mean, those voters probably feel highly represented right now. You know, they can look at the political system and say, wow, yeah, my positions, glad I voted for this guy. Like he's stopping bills, he's like representing my interests. But if you're a voter in California, of which there are many more, or a voter in New York, right? These voters are less represented.
Sure,
On
because of the
balance.
structure of our Senate and even the Electoral
Right.
College too, arguably, sure.
And so I agree that like you're pointing out that the structure encourages this kind of political fracturing. And I would say that the end result of that political fracturing is that the interests of special interest groups and economic elites are more represented in the data.
Okay, let's go to the next parts of this and we'll see if we agree or disagree on places, I guess. Well, I guess, or maybe this is where we so I fundamentally, I believe that my broader narrative is I believe that the American system is actually highly effective. I think that it does what it wants to do exceedingly well. And I think that all of the problems that we're seeing aren't, it feels like sometimes people want to argue that the problems that exist today in American politics are artifacts of our system. Whereas I would say that the problems that exist today in the American system are features of the system. So for instance, like when we say that like we have a Congress that can't pass any legislation, I would say that that's true, but that probably should be the case because we have a historically divided America. Yeah, so I think a lot of what I'm going to say is like, I'll agree that like, yeah, there are problems, but I would argue that the problems come from the people, not the system. And that the only way to be able to rectify those problems is going to be to like fundamentally change like how we weight different people's, I guess, voices, which some people argue we already do weight them a little bit differently because of the Senate and the presidency. And I guess we could talk about that more specifically if you want, but.
Well,
yeah, okay.
if I can take this in a little bit of a different direction, I don't
go for it.
necessarily think it's a problem that the average voter is not being represented in Congress or in the policies that are implemented, right? If we agree that like on balance, there's like some voters who are going to be more represented, some voters that aren't, and you know, some
Yeah, I
people,
probably would agree with that, yeah.
yeah. Anyways, you know, we agree that there's like not this like overwhelming representation of like majority will. I don't necessarily think that that's a bad thing, but what I think we need to do is recognize that and recognize the influences on American politics as real. So like I talked about this a little bit earlier, but like the university system and like elite universities, which produce think tanks, journalists, you know, economic elites, and so on. These universities and the beliefs taught in them have enormous impact on the kind of bills that end up getting written and debated. And so I think if you want to understand, you know, how bills are really created, you have to first understand like the influence of these elite educational institutions. And when we look at America and its history of, well, I know this is contentious, but like, you know, leftward positioning, where like if you were to take a conservative from 60 years ago who, you know, 60 years ago, or I guess like 80 years ago, who's opposing like segregation, you know, they're going to or is opposing desegregation, take them, put them in today, they're going to be on the extreme like fringe far right. And in general, I think, you know, 20 years ago, and they're opposing gay marriage. Even liberals like Obama are not explicitly for gay marriage. If you were to take a liberal who's like against gay marriage, put them in present time, they're going to be again on like the weird far right, or they're going to be in like the weird excluded part of their party. And so I think that we need to understand that like this leftward shift is really, it's coming from the universities. And I think that produces like a number of problems. So I don't know if you saw, there's this like Jordan Peterson video that was released where he talks about like diversity, equity, and inclusion policies.
Okay.
Things like affirmative action, right? And committees that say that we need X amount of Black or brown representation in our schooling. Those kind of committees and those kind of requirements, which place skin color as a more important quality, or an important quality that can sometimes take precedence over test scores or aptitude, is the kind of thing that I think undermines the meritocracy and the legitimacy of the kinds of policies that are coming down from educational institutions. And so when you have like a massive replication crisis in social sciences, and these social sciences are also having a massive impact on American policy, I think that's when you have like some issue.
Yeah, so there's a couple parts. So I think that there are legitimate conversations to have about affirmative action. I don't know if I would say that it's always like it's just like on its own principle like a bad thing. Um, that might be a separate conversation we could have. I do think that some of the diversity and equitable things are a little bit cringe when you're trying to specific like. So I think in California they try to say like every company board should have at least one woman on it or something like that. It's like kind of weird. Um, There's that, and then oh god, fuck. What was the second part of what you said? What did you end with?
Oh, it's a little bit scary to me that it's like eroding the sort of meritocracy. And I don't think it's a problem if like elites and special interest groups are having a huge impact on politics, as long as those elites and special interest groups are, you know, demonstrated to be highly educated and effective at delivering good policy. And so when you have like an erosion of institutions as credible sources of knowledge, that's when I think it becomes problematic for these areas to have, you know, an outsized influence. Does that seem plausible to you? It's a lot to think about.
So reforming it, the idea is that society is moving more left, and you believe that the reason why society is moving more left is because policymakers are overrepresented from places of educational institutions
that are very left wing. Yeah.
Don't there exist like pretty right wing like think tanks and things like I think the Heritage Foundation or like the Cato Institute? Like, aren't these relatively educated bodies? Also in schools, isn't usually the meme isn't usually said that like your econ department or your business department tends to be a bit more conservative than like the rest of the school?
Yeah, I mean these are both true things.
I guess like one of the scary things is that like I think I can agree with you a little bit on principle. I guess I would one question, or I could agree with you a little bit into what you're saying, but then one question would be like, is it my fault or should I care if it's overrepresented on the left right now when the right just seems to be just so batshit fucking insane? So like, for instance, I think it's really important to have two strong opposition forces to figure out good agreement in the middle. I think that's incredibly important, but I don't think that the Republicans offer a sane alternative to the left at the moment. I think there's good conversations to be had about like, okay, climate change is real, but we need to be mindful of the economic harm. There does exist some level of like racial disparity in the United States, but maybe the answer isn't like mass affirmative action and, like rioting all over the place. Like, I think that these things are important to think about. But it feels like sometimes that I don't get good alternatives on the right because it's just like, like climate change is totally fake and it's a hoax by China and the Wuhan virus was made by China. And like, and it's like, okay, well, fuck, where is my opposition party here that I can, that I feel like represents a good pull against the left in the United States at the moment?
Yeah, this is a good point. I think you have to be like, in a way, sort of crazy or weird to be on the right.
Conservative, yeah, fortunately. Or not a conservative, but to be a Republican. Yeah.
Sure. But also, I mean, to be like someone who seriously questions democratic institutions, you have to be already a little bit weird to do that, or very willing to search for the truth if it might contradict, what you've been told. Because you grow up, you're in elementary school, and you get this like nice little prepackaged understanding of the American Revolution and democracy and how our system works. And that perception of like power flowing from the people is something that gets reinforced over and over. And to question that at all, I think already puts you probably in a camp of maybe being a little bit weird. And so it's not surprising to me that also like a lot of these people believe other very strange things. But I mean, just because like it might be a little bit weird, I don't think that we need to necessarily like throw the baby out with the bathwater. What we really need is like a serious intellectual movement from the right
Yeah.
And I would love if right wingers could work together to model a way of intellectually conceptualizing the world that is able to paint a compelling narrative to contend with the left wing. And the left wing, like, they have a lot of, intellectuals and people who are very smart and very good at analyzing data, and people who are producing studies, and left wingers who are peer reviewing the studies and publishing them, and so on. And so there's certainly a left wing intellectual movement, and it grants a lot of credence to left wing ideas. So, like I mentioned, like the replicability crisis in sociology. The other half of that is that, like, a lot of people in social sciences are starting out as people who are progressives. So the kind of questions that they're going to ask, the kind of data that they're going to search for, and the kind of data that they're going to find legitimate or not legitimate in a study is going to be biased, I think, in some way towards the left wing. And
Sure. I will. Something that I'll challenge real quick before we get too far on this one, though. I feel like the replication crisis is wielded a little bit too much by people on the right as a way to discourage the social sciences. When I think the replication crisis, what it's supposed to point to is an issue with potentially the peer review process. Everybody likes to point to the social sciences having a lot of issues with replicating studies, but that was ubiquitous among all sciences, even like physics and chemistry. The percentages weren't as high, but they were scary. It was still like, I think 20, 30, 40, 50% for
it's like an order of magnitude difference. But yeah, there is a problem in both.
There might even be like a clean Wikipedia page on this, but I thought it was like in some of the social sciences it was like 50 or 60%, but I think like in some of the harder sciences it was still like 20 or 30%. So there was a big difference for the social sciences, but it was shockingly high for the harder sciences as well. And I think the problem was just that I feel like the replication crisis, everybody uses it to attack sociology, but I feel like the bigger problem was just that publishing like verifying experiment results is not very sexy. There's not a lot of like money in like verifying the results of certain experiments. There's not a lot of excitement in doing that. So like that's like a critique of how we raise money and do grants and everything for our system. It's not necessarily like the slam dunk, like, look, sociology is garbage, that I feel like a lot of people represent the replication crisis as being. If you have a source or a link on that where I'm totally wrong on that, feel free to correct me. But
I don't know the exact numbers, but you're absolutely right that there's like a problem with the peer review process in this way, and also in this incentive structure. So like another example that I've heard given is that, like, if you're getting grants for a study that's going to show that, like, chocolate is really good for you, that's like great, exciting news. It's going to be published everywhere. So there's like a massive incentive for that. And so sort of like you see this a lot in like health sciences, where you go back and forth on like publishing that this food is like really great, or this food or that, and it makes headlines. It's good for getting money, people like it, right? So there's this like incentive structure in place to sort of look for results that are going to look good. And so like they talk about like p hacking, right? And or maybe like getting lots of different variables and just seeing like which one, you throw them at the wall until something works, and so on. And so I mean, like, there's a study about like names and whether or not you're more or less likely to get hired based off of a job application, based on like whether your name is traditionally associated with this racial group or that racial group. Now, I think these studies have been proven to have a pretty consistent effect, but it's very easy to imagine a world where you just like throw lots of names at the wall, you send in lots and lots of applications, and eventually you're going to get a really black sounding name, and just by chance it's going to get far fewer application requests or interview requests. And you compare that then to your like whitest sounding name that also got the most interview requests, and you draw this conclusion that like, wow, we sent this to like so many people, and the p-value is so low that the chance of this happening randomly is so low. But then you omit the fact that you like also included so many other names that didn't have relevant factors. Now, this is like a hypothetical scenario, because I think that this evidence has been suggested to be like pretty firm and like pretty good. But it's an example of how you can test many variables and search for the kind of result that you want. So, I mean, when we look at like the political bias of these institutions, I think it's again problematic because there's this peer review process that people are going to be more incentivized to know, well, my peers, they tend to be more progressive people. And so if I want my study to be published, I know that, you know, in some small way, and it might be very small, there's going to be an edge given to papers that are validating progressive worldviews.
Yeah, that definitely could potentially be an issue. I agree that it is. It's just hard to find the solution to that sometimes when the mainstream Republican views are so detached from reality. Like, it's refreshing and fun to have intelligent conversations with conservatives sometimes. But god damn, like someone like take for instance like the idea behind like trickle down wealth for like a strategy for getting money to poor people. It's just like empirically and even case by case. Like if you've ever had any experience running a business, you know that this is like a ridiculous way to do wealth transfer. It's never going to happen. You're never going to willingly increase the cost of doing business as an employer. You just wouldn't do that. But so many Republicans still buy into this, or anything related to so many of the sciences and everything too, where you run into these issues of like, just the Republican Party is so anti-intellectual and anti-institution and anti-university. I don't know what the solution is to that, or how you break through that to like establish a healthy Republican mindset where it's like, hey, it's okay to, you know, engage with science and not be like a crazy reality denier. Like there are conservative answers to some of these questions; they can exist, but you have to do the work to find them. I don't know what the answer to that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I would say the answer is just making sure that universities are very neutral spaces. So,
Yeah, that shit is fucked now.
I mean, think about like, there's been lots of discourse about critical race theory. And I'll say, as someone who's like more right leaning, that I don't necessarily think that critical race theory should be banned in schools. I think it's fine to teach critical race theory. I think the problem is that the professors who teach critical race theory are true believers in critical race theory. And you'll rarely find a professor who is teaching critical race theory who is not, as part of the theory, engaging in something called praxis, right? Like theory and action mix. And
It'd be
so,
like like we would say that like learning about Catholicism in college is probably a good thing. We should learn about religions, but people would probably feel a little bit differently about it if it was like Catholic priests teaching about Catholicisms, or like imams coming in and teaching about Islam or whatever. Be like, wait, hold on a second, I don't know how I feel now. It feels a little bit different. There's a different character.
yeah, precisely. Where the students should not be like propagandized towards, or even if like a professor is trying their best to be neutral, say like, you know, someone raises their hand in class and they express an opinion that is supportive of the critical race theory that they're teaching. And they say, okay, yeah, good, thanks for sharing. And then someone raises their hand and expresses a viewpoint that is critical of the theory that's being taught. And then the professor, who, frankly speaking, is probably going to know a lot more, is going to be much more informed, much more capable of having a conversation about it, then the professor will publicly, you know, debate or question the student. Right?
It's like the old meme of like one day a brave atheist stood up in class and tried to challenge the professor on, you know, the professor said God doesn't believe in evil, and then the professor left the classroom shaking. Except in reality, it's always the other way around. Yeah, I largely agree with this. I think I largely agree with what you're saying. I think something that upset me a lot, it's happened with other things, but I'm more familiar with the Rittenhouse stuff since we talked about it so much. But did you ever see a lot of the letters that universities sent out related to the Rittenhouse stuff?
I didn't.
It was incredibly disappointing. So like a good college letter might be something like, there was a very challenging verdict that came out of a court case. You know, like we invite everybody to discuss and share their feelings on it, make sure that the debate is healthy, make sure whatever, like make sure that you stay, you know, as dispassionate as possible because we are intellectuals in college, blah, blah, blah. That wasn't the case at all. It was like people were sending out emails where it's like a very troubling and upsetting verdict came out of the white supremacist justice systems of the United States today. We understand that many students are going to be traumatized by this. Health counselors are standing by. And I'm like, bro, are you fucking serious? I think even my college, my alma mater or whatever, I don't know if I can say that if I flunked, but even my college, like the letter that they sent, I was like, are you actually serious? It was basically everybody was saying that like Rittenhouse is like this white supremacist Nazi murderer, and it was the worst verdict ever in all of human history, and there was no room for conversation. Like that was it. Like they sent the letters out, and that's it. Boom. And rather than having like college be a place where we can explore and debate ideas, it's become like way more. This is the narrative, and this is what everybody's going to believe. And if you don't, then fuck you, or you're going to get canceled, or you're going to get whatever. Yeah. A similar thing is unfortunately happening inside the ACLU in the United States today, I would say. But where the ACLU is coming out and making statements about stuff that, quite frankly, they just have no business talking about. I don't give a fuck about the ACU's like place on like racial equality or whatever. That's not what the ACLU was originally ever designed to deal with. But now they seem way more concerned with like social justice than what they were originally for, which was really the defense of the First Amendment and then kind of the Second Amendment. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, part of it too is just universities are trying to attract students, and students tend to be young. Young people tend to be very progressive. And so if you're a university that is neutral, is challenging or just neutral on these sorts of issues, that's going to like ultimately hurt your bottom line. And so the incentive is always for universities to take these like more left-wing stances.
Yeah.
And again, like I think understanding that relationship between universities and the most successful, powerful people in society, right? Like, I mean, just like on the basis of your average college graduate's going to earn more, right? And be more likely to engage in politics, to have much more influence in politics than another person who's not college educated. And then when you understand that, like, well, there are these incentive structures in place for universities to be very left wing, I think you start to understand and to validate left wing beliefs, right, through studies. I think you start to understand how we've gotten to this point where it just seems like so crazy to be a conservative, and we've got this like cultural force that is so supportive of the progressive movement. But I mean, like, more than that, I think in regards to choosing politicians, it seems to me that there's like, if I were to hire for a company, right, and I wanted my CEO to deliver like good results for the company, I would not go to the general public, the American public, and like do a poll on who should be our CEO. I'd probably like create a committee, and I would do interviews for people, look at their qualified, past experience, and I'd hire based on that. And I would create like a high degree of financial incentivization to do well in the company. And I would fire them easily if they were not able to deliver.
Yeah.
So
Have you ever seen the movie Sunshine?
I have not.
Oh fuck! There's a really funny moment in this movie. It's an interesting movie, but it's reminding me of what you're saying. There was a funny moment where they have to decide whether or not they want to embark. On a really risky part of their like space mission. And at one point, one of the characters says, "All right, well, we're going to take a vote on this." And then another character shuts him down and is like, "We're not going to fucking vote on this. Like, we're a group of highly trained scientists. We're going to make the most informed decision we can, and we're going to go with that." So it kind of playing into what you're saying. Like, if we wanted to figure out what the best thing to do for business, we wouldn't just like throw it up to a vote. Like, we would have a committee of specially trained people that would be evaluating based on known metrics or whatever for what decision you want to make moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And I think we've got like a system in America where sort of there are like intellectual powerhouses in the universities that try to give like the best kinds of policy based on data to politicians and to think tanks and so on. But, the erosion of meritocracy in these institutions, I think, is probably a serious problem for the legitimacy of that.
Potentially, yeah. I think there's a balancing act for all of it, but like, I don't think there are times where forcing some level of diversity. I think there are times when forcing some level of diversity can produce positive outcomes, because markets sometimes can be slow to react to things. Like there have been a lot of studies showing that you can fudge the minimum wage a bit higher than it is and have almost no downside on any of the workers. There was a popular one that was looking at restaurants between, I want to say it was New Jersey and New York or something, but it was like two neighboring cities. So like there was so much in the controls that were the same for both. And I think the minimum wage bumped up like $2 or $3 a higher, or it might have been New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Yeah, the minimum wage bumped up higher for one state, and there was almost no negative impact on unemployment at all. So there's like an example of like where maybe the markets aren't always as steadfastly rational as we'd like them to be, and they can be a little slow. So a nudge in one direction is good. But I mean, I definitely agree that it goes a little bit too far in the other direction sometimes, for sure. I wouldn't argue with that. Or it has gone incredibly far in one direction right now. Yeah.
And again, like I wouldn't necessarily say that democracy is bad per se, but that people need to be really cognizant of how a democracy is actually working in practice, and the understanding of like democracy as a system that inherently tends towards oligarchy, I think could help deconstruct people's views that like democracy is some principal goal of which society needs to be oriented towards, and maybe introduce people to new lines of thinking that, well, maybe we can create systems that are less democratic but might have ultimately similar outcomes, provided there are still checks and balances on the kind of oligarchic power which is putting policy into place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would necessarily understand. I fight with a lot of people sometimes who don't understand how our system works, and then sometimes people can get distraught with the system without even knowing how it works. So, for instance, we might have a federal election, and then people are upset about why criminal justice or policing policies haven't changed at all. And it's like the federal government has nothing to do with how cities and states run their individual police forces. Yeah, it's all local. And then understanding who votes is very important. So, white, affluent people, white, affluent, educated people tend to be like the most represented voters. So like when you're looking at a city and you see that only like 24% of people voted in the last election, well, we can guess that it's going to be heavily weighted towards a certain population. Oh, white, affluent, and older people. That was the third one I was looking for. And then when we start to see like who's voting in these elections, what we actually see is it's not very surprising that nothing is being done about like, say, criminal justice, because old white people don't get arrested. They don't give a fuck about the criminal justice system. So yeah, it's good to have like a realistic understanding of what the system is actually doing, so that you can either engage with it in a way to change it, or I guess like at least hate it for the right reasons. Yeah.
I read a book a while back, actually on I think your suggestion or your community's suggestion, called "Politics is for Power," and in the
was
book,
my suggestion. Yeah. That's a good book.
Oh
that was
yeah,
my
but in the
don't give my community credit for my shit. Okay.
your shit. In the book, they talk about this like case of this union guy, and in the city that he's in, like the ability to get elected or to get policy passed is like massively dependent on him, and getting him to like get his community to rally behind you. And I think this is like another, I mean, that book is just like full of examples of how necessary it is to have like the influential people in your local district, you know, supporting you if you want to get anything done. And
was this the older guy that was like foreign born, where they talked about how like the mayor would send people to like shovel this dude's driveway because
yeah, totally. It's just like, it's so striking how like single individuals can have so much impact.
So much power. And he started, I think, it's been a while since I've read it, but I think that guy started from like when he immigrated over 20 or 30 years ago. I think he was just helping people fill out like mail-in forms or something. He just like, so people around the community started to know him, and I think they called him the boss or something. People would like go to him for help with like small things. But eventually he wielded a significant amount of local power, such that there were local politicians that would skirt him or not skirt him, try to like appease him for like favors and shit.
Yeah, totally. And like I've done some like local politics stuff as well. And I think anyone who's worked in these like areas knows like just how much power like single individuals can have, or like small groups. Like the city council might be elected and like might have their positions because of only like 10% of the city. And you know, it's just like, in a sense it's like democratic because everyone can vote, but realistically that is not what happens.
So and when you're talking about like a city and it's 10% of the city is voting, and then you only need like 40% theoretically, depending on how the primaries go, that like one person that's like connected to 200 or 300 people can represent like a huge voter block. Yeah. Whereas federally, we're so obsessed with the like winning by 100,000 votes or 300,000 votes, or this like in a city level, it's the elections are way fucking closer. Yeah.
Yeah. So we need like mechanisms to get politicians out of office if they're doing poorly. But the idea that like our politicians do good because like the majority of people support them and the majority of people like tend to have the right positions or are representing their own like interests is just like not at all accurate to the actual reality of politics.
Sure.
Good stuff. I'm glad you agree with me on these issues.
I'll agree on a lot of the issues. This is why I'm so popular among conservatives these days, I guess. I'll agree on a lot of the issues. I guess what we fight sometimes is what the solution should be. Yeah, because I do think that, like, and I think even you largely agree, like, Republicans are just fucking crazy.
A lot of
Like,
times, yeah.
so when we talk about, like, liberals and far-left people are way overrepresented in these institutions, I'm not going to disagree with that. I absolutely agree with that.
Really
But, like,
good. Hell yeah.
yeah, but like, do I want Republicans there instead? Fuck no. Like, you know, like some dude that's talking about how like black people need to learn math differently because he's like super bought into some weird CRT shit. That's super cringe. But like the other dude who's like, black people should be fully caught up with white people at this point. There's no reason for them to be doing bad other than the fact that there's black and their culture sucks. It's like, I don't know about that one either, Chief. Yeah, the lack of sane alternative like really drives me fucking crazy. It's really bad. It really upsets me. Because we shouldn't be as fucked as we are today politically, but we are because the right has no good answers to anything. They're garbage. Trump is fucking insane. Like the guy didn't believe in climate change. He lied up until he couldn't anymore that like the virus was fake, that nobody was actually sick in America. Just like it's just so horrible. Yeah, I don't know. Just it drives me crazy that there's no viable alternative on the other end.
Do you think like a good start might be to create more transparency in like the schooling system or in some way mandate that there's like a little bit more representation of conservative or right-leaning views just to counteract the natural tendency of these organizations to be left-wing?
I don't even know if you could do that. I feel like if you were to even suggest that, I think people would like start killing themselves. Like the idea of like having to share a platform with somebody that like isn't 100% the most woke left person possible.
Isn't that quite bad?
Yeah, it is. It's the university stuff in the US has gotten unbelievably out of control recently. Over the past like it's been a long time coming, I guess, but especially over the past like 5 years since Trump for sure.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about the Brett Weinstein guy?
A little bit, but not a ton.
This annoying fucking moron, super dipshit. But like how he got his start, his claim to fame. Did you ever hear anything about this? Like where he came from, kind of?
I don't think so.
His fucking the fucking university he was a part of. They had like a long time ago, black people weren't allowed to go to school because it was segregated, and so their school they wanted to celebrate this history by having a day where white people weren't supposed to go to school. And I think he opposed that on obvious grounds because that's fucking cringe. And he got like basically canceled over it. I think they forced his resignation. I don't know if he had a license pulled or something. I don't think it was that sort, but like he basically got kicked out of that college. And it was like, are you serious? Like this is absolutely fucking insane.
But that
I don't know how you
contributes
would-
to this like, you know, when the left does like fucking insane things, right? It gives credence to the right to also do fucking insane things.
Crazy things. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. So like when I try to argue that like BLM is important, and then people on the left are saying things like when some other shooting happens and it's like obviously the guy fucked up and the cops probably did what they needed to do, and then people want to defend like the Makia girl that that stabbed the other fucking girl, and people are like, oh, another pig cop, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, fuck. Like
what is she supposed to do? Let him stab her?
Yeah, the most annoying thing is that like I have to fight on both ends. I've explained this while arguing with my mom, where any conversation I have with my mom, I have to immediately concede like 15 crazy things the left has done before trying to convince her that the right is also crazy. And you're already like lost at that point. You look horrible. I remember there was the huge one with my mom that took a while for her to get over, was the high school students that were demonized by CNN about near it was like the Indian protesters or whatever.
Yeah.
And they tried to shoot this video that made it look like they were being unbelievably antagonistic. And
Like
it basically was the
smirking
exact.
kid.
Yeah. And this kid was like fucking 16 or some shit. I was like, are you serious? I don't know. Yeah, it's very, very, very fucking annoying. It's hard to explain to people that like you are doing an actual damage to your movement when you act like fucking lunatics. You're actually destroying your movement by acting in this way. It's very irritating to try to make people understand that.
Well, in a way, I think the movement survives, but the movement becomes like more predicated on falsehoods. And that like those sort of like false things and misinformation just contribute to like a culture of toxicity and a culture of like degradation of truth and like valuable, virtues in society. So like if you are constantly spewing misinformation, you legitimize the other side to also spew misinformation.
Yeah.
And on balance, these two ideas can like compete with each other if they're both agreeing to like spew misinformation. But it's like worse for everyone as an end result. And so personally, I think it would be really good to see like more transparency in schools as far as what is being taught, how it's being taught. I also think it'd be good to create some sort of system, and I'm not exactly sure how you'd implement this, but some kind of incentive for colleges to open up to a broader diversity of opinions and to counterweigh some of that progressive shift in universities.
I think the issue is that I think the issue is capitalism and democracy. So this is where I'll break with my analysis from the right is when people complain about this, I think the problem is that our democracy is incredibly effective, and a lot of our markets are really effective too, which I think makes it hard to alleviate this problem. Like you said before, there is a huge selection criterion that goes on with kids when they think about like the reputations of schools and everything, and it's hard to tell schools, well, we need you to act a little bit more proper. And make sure you're maintaining a neutrality of viewpoints when they're like, I could do that, but also my business is going to fucking fail, It's kind of like how on one end, I'll criticize the fuck out of companies for buckling sometimes to public pressure over stupid college kids crying about some shit. But then on the other hand, it's like, okay, well, if you are a publicly traded company, you get a board of shareholders, and you look like you're about to lose money because some employee, accidentally used the word blacks instead of black Americans or black people. It's like, okay, well, fuck, I guess I'm a little bit empathetic because if our market system works, like, maybe they have to act in that way. It's a hard problem to correct for when I think that they're just responding to how society is acting sometimes, like they technically, in a free market democratic system, colleges are doing the right thing. They should be censoring conservatives as much as possible because conservative viewpoints can be harmful to a business's bottom line, and a business does only exist to make money for the shareholders. So there has to be some like third-party government intervention there or something to stop it, because I don't think I would ever expect the market to solve for it.
I think this is a great insight. And actually, I break from the right here too as well. I don't know if you've been following on Twitter, like the discourse around SNAP benefits and like health insecurity and stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of companies have a lot of incentive to create like not nutritionally beneficial, but actually like incredibly addicting, dangerous food that is not
Ultra
going
high
to,
sugar. Yeah, of course.
not really going to save people, give them energy, not going to help people like in the long term. And so this is like another case where like the market clearly has incentives for something, but those incentives contribute to a degradation of society as a whole. I mean, that's like dramatic, right? But like what I'm saying is that like there's an incentive to create food that is not going to help people. It's going to satiate their immediate pleasures. And in some sense, like the ideal business model for short-term profits and gain is the opium den. And the closer you can get to the opium den, if you're creating a social media platform that's highly addictive, that appeals to people, keeps them scrolling for hours, you don't necessarily care about the well-being.
Yeah, that's why I get so fucking upset every time I see somebody else shitting on Facebook. Like, people are like, why is Facebook playing into the fake news? It's like, bro, their job is to get you to click shit. Like, if the last vanguard of American democracy is a private firm whose goal is to show you as much radical shit as possible to keep you clicking on ads, like, you're fucked. You're so fucked. It's like a fundamental misunderstanding of what you expect different actors in a market to do. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. It's really upsetting to me that people don't know that sometimes. So you'll get people relentlessly shitting on Facebook for doing what we would expect Facebook to do in any business environment, acting as any firm should. Yeah.
Yeah, totally. And like, if this, if Facebook is creating this product that's highly addictive
Mhm.
in the economy, that's represented by like GDP increasing as people consume more and are willing
Mhm.
to consume more, and people are like, advertisers are buying more space on the platform and so on, right?
Mhm.
So it's represented by these like economic metrics as something that's good. But then you look at like social media use in teenagers and you find out that it has these destructive effects on their mental health and their
Yeah,
mental well-being.
inarguably. Yeah.
And like people's ability to like have long attention spans, like their dopamine receptors get fried by these things. So I think a lot of culture and policy and governmental action is really about like keeping people from engaging in these like short-term destructive things, keeping businesses from like pursuing short-term destructive profits.
Yeah, we could call them, like, broadly speaking, I think it's fair to call these externalities. These are all negative
Yeah.
externalities of doing business that aren't directly accounted for in the profit or loss or whatever of any given business. And this is literally the reason why government exists as a check on private industry sometimes. It should be able to deal with these types of problems, like environmental damages. Companies don't pay anything for environmental damages, so maybe cap and trade is a good way to deal with that, or something like a carbon tax, just something to make there be some actual cost of harming society, because right now you don't usually pay a cost for it, and oftentimes unfortunately you can be rewarded for it.
Yeah, and this is why I'm not like on the super libertarian side where they
Mhm.
don't believe in like any restrictions, because I
Mhm.
think we can clearly see how private companies are incentivized to sometimes create these business models that are really destructive. And
Mhm.
like you said, they're externalizing those costs onto broader society rather than
Yeah.
having them incorporated.
Mhm.
Have you read anything about the SNAP benefit discourse?
All I've seen are people basically wondering. I'm gonna be honest. I wondered this too when I walk by certain stores, like, how, or is am I? Maybe I'm not. Maybe this isn't what it's right now, but it has to do with like how people can basically use Snap on like fast food or like
Mhm.
candy and shit, right? Yeah. Somebody, did you follow Bloomberg at all? The guy that ran.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, he seems like a really smart guy. When I've listened to him talk, he says a lot of stuff where it's like, this guy's really smart. I don't know why none of that translated to anything he said on the campaign trail, because oh my God, was he a fucking buffoon. But I heard him talk once about a sugar tax before, and he brought up something. He said something. You know what I'm talking about?
No, but I'm
Oh,
sugar
he
tax.
basically
Yeah.
he was arguing with somebody, yeah, and somebody brought up like, well, I don't know, Bloomberg, like I don't know how I feel about sugar taxes. They're very regressive, and Bloomberg was like, good, they should be. There should be some kinds of regressive things on society because like poor people are adversely hurt by these way more than anybody else. Rich people aren't hurt as much by sugary foods and shit. They tend to have healthier lifestyles, tend to have healthier diets, tend to be less stressed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like these things do hurt poor people more. It's okay if some taxation is regressive if we're trying to demotivate certain individuals in society from engaging in certain behavior. And I thought that was an interesting point that most people aren't willing to like stake out a position and say something like that.
Well, we talked a little bit about Sockdom left earlier, but like I was talking to him on Twitter, just in like a group DM. And one of the points that he made, which I thought was quite insightful, was that if you are creating these like taxes on ingredients that aren't nutritional, or creating like tax incentives for nutritional food, then you might be able to, allow SNAP benefits to apply to any kind of food. But on the other end, you're increasing their price through taxes, or creating an incentive for these health food companies to just like modify their ingredient lists to be more healthy and more beneficial for people.
I think that's okay though. The second part, I bring this example up a lot. I remember it was really funny that in my high school, a long time ago, we were having debates over whether or not fast food should be served in schools or not. I'm 33. I don't know if this is still a debate or if it was settled or whatever in high school or in schools in general. And I remember that in my high school, there were new guidelines I think that were released across the country saying like, oh, okay, well if you want to, we're only going to allow these types of foods to exist in schools anymore. We're not going to let like these fast food foods, blah, blah, blah. And then people got really ass mad because all of like the fast food people, like basically slightly modified their stuff to make their food a little more healthy so that people could sell fast food in schools. And people got really mad at that they were still showing up in schools. But I was like, well, I thought that was the point. Like, isn't it better now that they've made their stuff more healthy so that now people can buy them? Like, if we make a hoop for you to jump through and you're willing to jump through the hoop, then I think that should be considered a success. Like, it's a policy success, right?
Yeah, totally. And so like if the tax burden on sugary food results in like fast food companies changing their nutritional makeup so it's healthier, then great. Then like good that the SNAP benefits still apply to them, and that poor people can get food paid for by the government, and that food's going to be healthier. So, and that was like a solution that I wasn't necessarily thinking of because I was, just caught up in the discourse. But like to his credit, I think that was pretty insightful.
Like I think if you ever go to the UK, and I can't do this because I'm an American, but if you go to the UK and you ever drink a Coke, holy shit, they taste like ass, okay? Because Coke has modified its formula in the UK to not have as much sugar. I think it's like 10 or 15 grams in a bottle of Coke versus like 40 or 50 in the West. It's dramatically different. But I'm sure that like people in the UK at some point probably don't notice anymore. They're like, oh, okay, whatever, it's just like Coke. So I think I would say that like a positive, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's good because I think some things you need to sacrifice sometimes, some pleasure in life or benefit. And one of my problems with like the left is this constant insistence that like people just should have access to like whatever pleasures they want.
Every person should have everything in life that they want, maybe hopefully without even having to work.
Yeah. No, yeah, because I think there's like someone on Twitter is saying that like it's oppression for the government to like not pay for fast food for people to eat. And that is like shocking to me because it's like only in America could like, or only in this like modern age can it be considered like oppression to like not have food paid for you of like a specific kind that is, somewhat unhealthy.
Everything is oppression. Everything is white supremacy. It gets a little tiring to me.
It was called authoritarianism, to be clear.
Oh, gotcha.
But yeah. Well, good talking, Stephen. You're going to be on the Dylan panel, right?
Fuck, is that tonight?
No.
Oh.
It's like in like a few days.
Are you like doing politics now on Twitch?
I'm trying to get into it.
Okay, good.
Do you have any advice for me?
Yeah, keep going, okay?
Keep going.
I'm growing my new community of master debate people, okay, that are more center-right. I don't know if you're center-right or not, but...
I would say so.
Debating with communists and shit is so fucking boring. I hate it so much. So having more grounded discussions about shit, I think, is infinitely more entertaining.
I'm a little bit shocked. I don't know. I expected you to have a different sort of outlook on democracy a little bit.
I think that
I thought I was going to fight with you a lot more.
I think what needs to happen more is I think that we have to match our descriptive realities because people are totally disagreeing there. And then once you've matched that, then you go off into another direction prescriptively. But the issue is that people are so fucking afraid of like everybody's so binary, like you're either good or you're bad. So like if a Republican comes up and it's like, okay, he's bad. And then a Republican says something like really easy access to drugs for people might cause more people to do drugs. Like, no, impossible. You have to fight on like every single fucking point. You can't concede anything. Like, like maybe it's the case that women aren't as happy today. No, wrong. Women are more happy than they've ever been in the history of the world. It's like, okay, Jesus, fuck. So yeah, I think that even being willing to meet on like descriptive grounds and then move from there is something that a lot of people are incapable of doing these days. To be fair, it happens on the right too, but the left is kind of the predominant cultural power right now. So I see it happening more on the left and Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and all that shit than I do on the right. But yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what causes that necessarily, but I think you're right. There's like an insistence that every part of it needs to be fought, like every step of the way, and it makes conversations very difficult.
Stupid and a waste of time. Yeah, it just gets so ridiculous.
I can't believe, Destiny, you're grooming me to be a center-right debater, to fight the lefties.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Oh, okay. Dude, chill. You're ungroomable. Okay, that's only prior to 18. So.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, once I got you and then Lauren Southern and her friends over here, it's just gonna be a fucking Nazi fest. All right.
Just like as many insane blonde women as possible.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Have we, on our first conversation, did we ever talk about the stuff related to like gender identity and shit?
A little bit.
Do you have a feeling? I feel like we did, but we didn't much. Do you know who Demon Mama is?
Yeah. I talked with her, or I talked about her a little bit with someone.
Have you ever tried to debate her before?
No.
Have you asked her?
I did send her a message asking to debate, but I feel like she's a really good debater, like much better than me.
Oh, maybe you should try it then and see what happens, okay?
Okay.
Your expectations are very high, but I think it would be interesting to see, yeah.
Well, I think that I like struggle a little bit with like rhetoric sometimes, where, I don't know, I'm like comfortable with the ideas, but like I'm not sure that I look super good when I'm making the positions always. Because like this is something that like Mr. Girl, I've like watched him a little bit, and he's like very aggressive, and
Yeah.
I'm like not aggressive at all, and I'm like I tend to like capitulate a little bit or like moderate things when I talk about things. So I don't know if that plays well in the online debate space.
I think it kind of just that's super context dependent on what you're arguing. Like there are times where I'm critical of Mr. Girl because he is very aggressive, but I think it doesn't work. I think it actually destroys the conversation. He fucks up really hard by trying to be too aggressive. And then there are other times where he's more aggressive and it works really well. I think he's learning to like find his pace there. I think he's doing a good job at figuring it out too.
Yeah, it's sort of cool to watch. I was on a panel with him, and I could definitely tell that he was like frustrated by not being able to like really engage with people and like dig down on things one to one, just because panels are like they can be so chaotic, and that was definitely one of them. It was hard to get a word in edgewise.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Wait, but why did you bring up Demon Mama about like gender identity?
Oh, it would just be fun. I hate none of these people will talk to me anymore because they're all scared as fuck about it. So it'd be interesting to see people that think similarly to me go and challenge them on it. I'm just curious how those arguments would go. I feel like there's like a weird thing that happened in the left over the past year or two where do you know how Gotham used Batman and then they got rid of him when they were done with him?
No.
That's what they did, okay? That's what they did. That's what the left did to the debate bros, okay? They used us and then they tossed us out. Now they hate us, okay? It's interesting that the left is taking this weird anti-intellectual bend where like, you don't need to do debate. That's just for losers. We don't believe in that and blah, blah, blah. And like, they'll even say that like, oh, like the mainstream opinion scientifically, it's oppressive and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, it's irritating because like anytime I argue with any of these people, they're like so sure of everything they're saying. They're so insane. And if I argue with like an educated person, we don't really argue. We usually like agree over everything. It's like, fuck, like why can't I connect you two people together? Like I want to hear Demon Mama talk to like an actual clinical or research psychologist. Like, let me hear this conversation. But they refuse to engage in that. They don't do those. It's just like a bunch of preaching to the audience of like dumb shit, and it's irritating and annoying. Yeah.
Because I think it's all power politics, right? It's all about like how do you advance the agenda.
Exactly. You don't care about what is true or correct or more right. It's just like what gets you the most influence.
Right. I think this is the problem with like putting, your philosophical or political vision up on a pedestal as some sort of utopia, right? Because it justifies doing anything to get to it, even if that's incredibly destructive.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll think about it. I'll try to debate her.
Did you like Trump more than Biden? Who would you voted for if you did
I voted for Biden.
Oh, okay. Base. Okay.
Yeah. I was really disappointed. I mean, not only with the Trump presidency, but also with his like rhetoric around COVID. Especially early on. And now I think that like the progressives are a little bit insane on COVID, to be honest. But that's only because like we've gotten, vaccines are like widely available. So I think that if you are getting seriously sick at this point and you're like unvaccinated, I think that might be more your problem than the government's problem.
Maybe, yeah. Okay, well.
A little bit dangerous to talk about on the internet, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Destiny, you should debate her on COVID. Wait, what does that mean? Uh-oh.
I don't think I have super controversial opinions. I'm pro-vaccine. I think mask mandates are a little bit cringe.
You don't they help a lot?
I would argue no. So there's a lot of data to suggest that KN95 and N95 masks are effective, right? They're good at stopping transmission and spread of COVID. There's no randomized control trial data on the effectiveness
normal cloth
of
masks or whatever.
Cloth masks. So I think that mask mandates, if they mandated a certain kind of mask, would be probably very effective. But as long as they're mandating any masks and they're allowing people to use like dirty, reused cloth masks, I think their effectiveness is severely weakened. So I'm a fan of them if they're done right, but like realistically, they're not done right. And so I think they're much harder to justify.
Maybe. That might be the case. It wouldn't surprise me I hate to use like the common sense thing, but like obviously if you sneeze into a mask, you can feel droplets are caught in it. But you might still transmit, but maybe at a lower viral load, like maybe less good too. But yeah, That is true. I
And
guess
it's
I'm not sure. I don't know.
possible. It's just like hasn't been demonstrated with
Sure.
cloth masks specifically, that's a hard point to make because it's like it's very technical. It's very specific to like one type of mask, and that's a nuanced sort of conversation, which is hard to have.
Yeah.
But in general, I think my positions on COVID were like a major reason for voting for Biden. So I don't think they like are super correlating to Republican positions right now.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else, chat, that I'm missing?
You're not going to get in trouble for irresponsibly platforming me.
Yeah, I've platformed a lot worse than you. Don't worry. Well, maybe I don't know. Actually, know your positions. Can I ask? Okay, you post like sexy stuff sometimes on Twitter. Can I ask a sexy trans question?
Yeah.
I'm curious. I've never looked this up before, and you don't have to answer this personally or not. But I'm curious in general. For male to female trans women that have boobers, the majority of the time, do those result from taking hormones, or is it usually hormones plus top surgery?
Mine are just hormones, but a lot of people look
Wait,
at
what
top
did you just
surgery
say?
as well.
Minor can be hormones?
Mine are just hormones.
Oh,
But
okay.
like, I mean, so you can get them from hormones. Usually they're not like super big if you get them from hormones, but yeah, so you can get them from hormones.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's almost what I was curious about. All right. Anything else?
Sexy trans question. Okay. No, that's it. Thank you so much for talking, Stephen.
Yep. Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe. And good luck on your panel.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good stuff. That was fun. Destiny is so fun to talk to. I hope he enjoys talking to me as well, because I think he's enjoyable. But yeah, Demon Mama seems scary to debate, I gotta say. But I do want to talk to her. For sure. To be honest, I am a sex addict as well. It's bad. I'm trying so hard to not consume pornography. I've blocked it on my computer because it's so definitely addicted to pornography, just a little bit. Center right. I would say that I'm a little bit more conservative on social issues. Like I'm somewhat conservative on trans issues. Somewhat conservative on like wealth inequality, like racial wealth inequality. I favor like a free market system, free enterprise system. I'm like not the biggest fan of democracy, or I would say that I'm like a democracy skeptic, which is that our previous conversation was about, like that I just had with Destiny. I would say in general, I prioritize like societal order and the promotion of collective virtue over the promotion of like the freedom to engage in like immediate pleasures and stuff. Virtue, yes. I think you are a libertarian with some conservative values. Maybe. One could call her quite cringe, indeed. I would love to talk to Blanchard as well. I would love to talk to everyone. I reached out to Mr. Girl to talk to him as well. And he just said like talk to him next week. Virtue as opposed to like consequentialist morals. I would say that I'm a I guess the term is like categoricalist. Maybe Rem would know better. I think that's the term. Consequentialism versus categoricalism. This sounds wrong though. I don't know why. Deontologist works, yeah. It's not the word that I was thinking of. There's like a C word, but like deontology works. I'd love to discuss trans stuff with Mr. Girl because again, like I said, I have like quite conservative views on what it means to be trans. Like I disagree with a lot of progressives on trans stuff. This is also why I've like in the past thought that I could have like productive conversations with turfs and stuff. But like I got into a big argument with my chat earlier, or like one chatter about C16 and that bill in Canada. To like give you some insight on sort of my positions on trans stuff. I would also say that I'm like agnostic on the nature of like whether or not trans women are women. Where I think it's like maybe I don't think the argument that trans women are women is like super strong. I think it's okay, but moreover, I think that like trans people should be treated with respect and dignity, regardless of whether or not you think they're really the gender that they, you know, identify with. So I'd say that I'm like quite willing to bite bullets on conservative arguments and just like I try to cut past them to really the heart of the issue, which is like, should trans people be allowed to transition? And you know, should trans people be referred to with like the correct gender pronouns? And my answer is yes to both of those things. And I don't think you need to justify it on the grounds of like they are women, therefore. It's just a matter of human dignity and respect. You should bother Booksmarts if you want them to talk to me. Yeah, I mean like bathroom bills sort of don't make sense because there's no way to like really legislate them effectively without like catching a lot of masculine women in the crossfire, which is not good. So I think in general bathroom bills are not very good. Disregarding practicality and enforcement, you agree or disagree with them on face, and I guess like them would be bathroom bills. I think they're fundamentally premised on an incorrect idea, which is that like trans women are predators. So I would say no, I don't agree with them like fundamentally because I don't think that trans women are predators. And it's already illegal to predate on people in bathrooms. So the idea that we need to ban like one group, which is not necessarily increasing the rate of predation by a significant margin from entering a space, I don't think is very effective. I like Beyond Good and Evil by Nietzsche. Yeah, the layman of trans for me was woman trapped in a man's body, which makes non-gender dysphoric trans people confusing. I agree. I think it's like a layman understanding, which is like obscures the actual truth. Well, I mean, if you're gonna look at like predation on women, it's much more likely to come from men than trans women. In general, crime is much more likely to come from men. I do think that part of, you know, segregating bathrooms by gender is based on like an understanding that the intimate, like private things that men and women do should be separated from each other culturally. And I think that is also a fair, you know, assertion, a fair position to take. like there should be some like sexual puritanism in society, which I think is ironic coming from me, but I think that like it's okay to have sexual hedonism as long as it's tempered by a cultural expectation for sexual morals. Why should there be? Because relationships should be a very important thing culturally, because they're very important for children. Strong marriages, two-parent relationships are very important for children, for the outcomes of children, for children not being predisposed to crime or to drug use or towards, poverty. So there needs to be an understanding culturally that a two-parent relationship and the sanctity of relationships between men and women is important. And one of the ways you do that is by not allowing society to create this strong hookup culture where like nothing matters. Do I think there's danger in allowing society to be dictated by strict statistical outcome? Yeah, there can be. I think polyamorous relationships can be fine. Yeah, there's a lot of studies showing that two parents are better than one. For example, like fatherless homes have like way worse outcomes for children. Ideal form of government is probably some sort of like technocracy where the government is run like a business and you have highly competent people who are appointed by a board and management to run the country. I'm just like chewing my lips. What if the board gets corrupted? I think you need to create financial incentives. For them to do good things. I mean, it's just like, it's in a company, right? So like, in companies, typically, the board of directors, typically, not always, but are interested in growing the company. And are not going to be willing to like plunder it. I just use my phone camera for pics. I used to use like a nice camera, and I do not anymore. It was too much of a hassle.
My favorite commander is back.
Thoughts on LGBT education in schools? There should be some LGBT education in schools, but it needs to be carefully done. I disagree with like the incessant push from the left to teach sex education younger and younger. No, I don't think that sex ed classes are necessarily always positive.
Makes you stronger.
I think that sex ed classes, I mean, with children, there should be some like removal from sex. So like some sexual understanding, if you can call it that, is good for children because it can allow them to like identify abuse, for example. So that's really good, right? But you have to be careful to not like to not sexualize children or encourage children to engage in sex before they're older. And in general, a culture of sexualization, of which like very early sex ed classes can contribute, is part of that.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
I struggle to think of any areas of physics where there isn't open discourse and honest discarding of bad ideas. In general, I'd say, yeah, the hard sciences are pretty good at effectively dismantling bad ideas, or at least questioning them. But that's not to say that there aren't any bad ideas in physics. There's a lot of pop science, a lot of junk science, a lot of, I mean, like, we're building larger and larger particle colliders, and there's constantly like demand for new ones, but we've seen that this is not necessarily a fruitful line of study. So I think we should like probably question that a little bit. But in general, physics is pretty good at holding itself to a high standard.
Welcome back. How's it going out there? Violence is usually the answer.
Is this Yu-Gi-Oh? Yeah. Yu-Gi-Oh! Battlegrounds. The buddies update is fun. I think I'm a little bit disappointed because I thought the buddies were going to be a lot more powerful. But because, you know, you get this pitch like you're going to get this free unit and it's going to have this like crazy effect and these like crazy stats. And at the very least, it's going to be like extra gold. I mean, it's like, whoa, like Battlegrounds is going to change so much. But then you realize that like everyone sort of gets this like extra effect. And like a lot of them are not that strong. And it's like, oh, okay. Like a lot of times I'm just selling these buddies for like other units. And they are just like 1 gold. I've never played the League Teamfight Tactics. Oh, this is maybe not the best guy. Because I want Avenge, and there's not a lot of good Avenge. Sad. Thoughts on Microsoft acquiring Activision? I'm gonna give an unpopular take here, okay? I don't think it's bad. I don't think that, like, video games is really something you can have, like, a serious monopoly in. I could apply for affiliate now, and they would let me in. Affiliate is just, like, a terrible deal that you shouldn't take. And actually, after this stream, I think I'll have the ability to apply for partner as well. Because it was just a matter of like streaming 12 times and streaming for 25 hours, but like I was able to get enough viewers.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
This is disappointing.
It's good to get some minions in play.
Battlegrounds is so much fun. Oh yeah, the requirement for affiliate is like so low. I really hope Elder Scrolls 6 is good. I've played so much Skyrim. Is there an earthquake? I'm just like shaking my leg. I think for me, like the mods for Skyrim really elevated it. The mods were sick. And really brought so much life to the game for me. What's your heritage? I'm Jewish, Swedish, and other things. Mostly Jewish. Whoa, holy shit. Damn. I was woefully... Yeah, ethnically Jewish. Like my mother is half Jewish, my father's half Jewish.
The battle is really raging out
Okay. So we've got a Murlocs thing going on. But we want an Avenge thing going on. I need like a good Avenge unit. And we did not find one. Square says you have a 25% chance to be 100% Jewish. Yeah, but I think I got like... I got just like my dad's Swedishness. It's like my grandma's a Swedish immigrant, and my dad looks like very Swedish, like he's very blonde. So I think he got like, you know, in the genetic mixing, he got like a lot of the Swedish phenotype. And then in the genetic mixing between my dad and my mom, I got a lot of the Swedish phenotype. Even though like my mother has like black hair and like darker skin than me. My mother's like a really conservative person. She's like a big fan of QAnon. And my dad's like a Reddit communist. My dad like browses Reddit and like...
Don't tell the others.
I could imagine my dad posting on like murdered by AOC. guess the screen shake is kind of fun. I usually don't play with it. Strong Viking James. Yeah, they're not together though.
Welcome back. How's it going out there? That's what I would have picked.
Yeah, I think China functions a lot like a technocracy. That's true. The problem with China is that China has a great deal of corruption. So that would be my biggest problem. So an important part of technocracy or any autocratic system, so there needs to be strong barriers to corruption, and like the Chinese system of like Wanqi and like informal relationships, and saving face and whatnot does not lend itself well to like a non-corrupt society.
Have a good battle, friend.
Tired from my long day debating Destiny. Of destroying Destiny in the marketplace of ideas. Do I want to cuddle with you? I want to cuddle only with God.
You're good at this.
That's who I want to cuddle with Jesus. Yeah, I'm talking to you and only you. And you in chat know who I'm talking to. You know. Everything that I say is a message for you. And you're the only one who can hear this right now. Everyone else just thinks I'm talking about Hearthstone. But you can hear me. And you know that I have only words for you. Do I have TMJ? A little bit. My jaw's a little bit fucky. Yeah, this is a trad cath channel. Who's between Socrates and Ayn Rand? Divine. Drag queen. Eat shit and die, as she says. Legalize murder. Then there's Lee Kuan Yew, Nietzsche, J.K. Chesterton, Thomas Sowell. I've got a pretty busy schedule the next few days. I think I'm talking to like some Twitter people tomorrow. Then Friday, I think I have the Dylan Burns Hippy Dippy. Saturday, I'm doing Civilization and probably talking to Stardust. Then Sunday, I'm talking to Brittany on Politically Provoked. Dylan panel about the Dylan panel is about interventionism. I think that's like the main topic. Which I'm probably just gonna read. This is like a dirty secret. I'm probably just gonna read a book on it, like, and just adopt whatever positions are in the book. Uncritically. And I'm gonna pretend like they're my own. And that I'm a genius for coming up with them. I don't know what book yet. I'm just gonna search like book on foreign policy. I'm talking to Brittany about the little Timmy question. And I'm gonna de-red pill her on the little Timmy question. Cause the right-wing view on it is stupid and bad and dumb and lame and cringe. I have been on Prime Keys. I don't think it was like a super productive conversation, but I thought it was fun. I can fix her, copium. That's what I feel whenever I see Lauren Southern. I think she's so pretty. I can fix her. I'm bisexual, yeah. I'm dating a girl though. People on Twitter are so mad about my positions. It's very funny. Is this on Steam yet? I don't think so. It's through Blizzard. So they've got their own system.
Exactly what you were looking for. That's quite the army you're building, friend.
Stormpikes! Remember your training!
Cut them down and leave them broken.
Oh my god, it's Short Fat Otaku in the YouTube comments. SFO, we love you. The TAF community loves and watches every single one of your videos. It's true. After this game, we're probably gonna sign off. Oh my god. It's not looking good, friends. The end of the game might be much sooner than I expected. Okay. I thought we were gonna go for like another 10 minutes, but I talked about democracy with Destiny. I expected to disagree with him more, but hopefully I made his community think a little bit. My peak battleground MMR, I think I got to like 9,000 one season. And it just reset. But I've been doing like really bad on like my games this season. I sort of want to climb though, so I'm going to work on that. I just want them to question democracy a little bit. Just want to pull on that little progressive earworm that is snuck inside all of the Destiny fans' brains and is nibbling at them, telling them how fantastic the American system is. Maybe make them question about it. Yeah, fanserve, that's pretty close to it. Okay. I should raid someone, right? Before I sign off? Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Need to add. Okay, Anorn chat. Start streaming. Ignoring chat's cool. He's this, wait, am I not following you or something? I am following. Okay. We're gonna raid ignoring chat. And I'm gonna sign off. Guys, it's been fun. Thanks for listening to me rant about crazy stuff. And I will see you.